All right, we're taking a live look right now at Naples, Florida, where we're seeing very rough seas here, gusting now close to 50 miles per hour. Even though the rain's not all that heavy at the moment, we've seen a slow rise in the storm surge. We should be approaching low tide, and instead we're peaking up near what would be like our high tide. So the water is continuing to come in. We'll only get higher from here, especially as we start to get more of that onshore push of water from the south to more of a westerly direction.
Hurricane Milton, we are watching it as a major hurricane right now, anticipated to remain one as it makes landfall later today and tonight across the west coast of Florida. Hurricane warnings from west to east. We'll see hurricane force winds into central and eastern parts of the state. Right now, a tornado outbreak in progress with the outer bands. Each storm basically rotating, Chris. We have seen confirmed tornadoes galore. They have done damage already, and they are moving closer to the city of Orlando.
Yeah, so that's becoming more of an issue in central Florida and also out towards the east coast. I-95 just had a tornado not that long ago in Port St. Lucie. So take this threat seriously. We've already seen it in southwest Florida, and it's working its way north. And then those bands off the west coast are starting to bring in more stronger winds, particularly north of Fort Myers.
Yeah, we've got a lot going on. I'm meteorologist Alex Wilson here with meteorologist Chris Bruin. We're going to walk you through the next few hours. We've also got our meteorologists in the field. Felicia Combs is in Fort Myers. We've been checking in with our special correspondent Justin Michaels in Orlando, too. We'll get to them in just a moment. But, of course, watching what's been happening with this storm, including the tornado threat. But, Chris, things are really getting going along the west coast when it comes to the wave action. And as you pointed out, some areas already seeing that water rise.
Yeah, is it me, or does this camera look just a lot darker? It just looks a lot more ominous. And by the way, Pinellas County, which is where Clearwater Beach is, they're now under a flash flood warning. So we've already seen substantial, this is freshwater flooding, by the way, not the storm surge yet. We've already seen substantial rainfall amounts already, and the core is still offshore. The worst is yet to come. So this is already causing an issue. I've already seen standing water in places like Sarasota too, Alex, as we've seen significant rainfall in just the first quarter of what is going to be a long 4 quarters over the next 24 hours.
Into the storm, we knew these areas had seen quite a bit of rain, so grounds were saturated, and now we are just throwing torrential downpours into the mix. Hurricane Milton, 130-mile-per-hour Category 4 hurricane. The expectation is this will continue to weaken. It's moving into some cooler ocean waters. It's also up against some shear, so environmental factors going to knock this down a bit, but by no means is this going to be a weak storm or a non-impactful event here across Florida. We are talking about deadly, extremely dangerous storm surge values still in the forecast around and especially south of Tampa. The expectation is that the storm makes landfall somewhere to the south of Tampa. This forecast cone is the forecast for the center of the storm. If it were to make landfall up here closer to Tampa, that would put some of the strongest winds, the worst of the surge, around Sarasota, places like Anna Maria Island. If it were to make landfall here, the center of the storm, moving on the southern part of the cone, now we would be looking at places like Fort Myers, seeing that strongest push of water onshore. Orlando, Vero Beach, hurricane force wind gusts for you guys into the overnight hours, and that's why hurricane warnings remain in effect. Everybody in purple. We've got most of the state of Florida under at least a tropical storm warning. That includes up towards the I-10 corridor and down to the Keys. Southeast Georgia also under tropical storm warnings, with tropical storm watches extending into the low country of South Carolina. What do you need to be prepared for when it comes to wind? Well, winds of over 110 miles an hour possible here for Tampa, Sarasota, and interior parts of the state of Florida up and along the I-4 corridor. Now, Orlando, I think you're looking at hurricane force winds. That will lead to power outages. That could lead to some minor structural damage. But if you're in a mobile home, a manufactured home, you do not want to ride out a storm with hurricane force winds. And then on top of that, we've seen tornado warnings, tons of them today. That's already led to damage of structures and power outages. Storm surge potential at this point, given the changes to the forecast cone, the National Hurricane Center has the greatest surge potential around and south of Sarasota. 9 to 13 feet of water above normally dry ground or on normally dry ground. And we're going to maximize some of these areas at high tide early during the morning hours. And so, unfortunately, we are going to be looking at life-threatening deadly storm surge values. I mean, we're getting into the second story of homes. Homes will be inundated. Structures will be washed away. Fort Myers, 8 to 12 feet of storm surge. Same for the Tampa area. Tornado watch remains in effect from Daytona Beach in Orlando, Tampa, Fort Myers, down to Miami. South Florida also included. We've seen tornadoes near the Fort Lauderdale area. And look at these storms that continue to come in. They are rotating. Almost every storm has been rotating today. And you see that reflected in the number of tornado-warned storms that we've got. Now edging up towards the I-4 corridor and closing in on the Orlando metro area. Here in Indian River in St. Lucie County, we've got an observed tornado would fall right there. We've got a very well-defined hook signature on a lot of these storms. And sure enough, there is that very tight couplet. That couplet is that area of green up against red. Greens are going towards the radar, reds away from radar. So that shows us where we've got that counterclockwise rotation. And when we've got that packed in a small area, we know we've got a tornado on the ground. Up towards Polk County. Now we are along areas to the south and west of the city of Orlando. We've got areas north of Lakeland, Auburndale, Haines City, Winter Haven under a tornado warning. Looking at your area of rotation here, there have been multiple areas of rotation, guys, even within storms. So another one down towards the Winter Haven area. You're going to be looking at areas of rotation here and probably off to the south of Sebring too, even right there, probably seeing some. So multiple areas of rotation within some of these tornado warnings. And sure enough, that one to the south, off to the west of Fort Lauderdale, now got a tornado warning too. This one will probably follow, the one that's beginning to move onshore. So we've got a lot of rotating thunderstorm activity with this band. So this is what I'm talking about, moving onshore. We're going to keep the tornado threat going. Also, huge rainfall footprint from Tampa to Orlando and points north. Some of these areas could end up closing in on a foot of rain, perhaps even exceeding that as we get into tomorrow. We'll watch storms, heavy rain down towards Miami. Again, not going to forget about that tornado threat with some of those bands moving in. By tomorrow afternoon, the centers offshore will be seeing the rainfall rates back off, the winds letting up. Still some onshore component for some of these communities along the East Coast, but surge also goes down. Rainfall to come, again, some 8 to 12 plus inch totals. Now, Fort Myers, Felicia Combs is there, our meteorologist. Felicia, I would assume in talking to people over the last 24 hours, seeing that southerly track of Milton, not what they wanted to see in the forecast.
Yeah, that's right, Alex. I will tell you, though, for everyone that I have talked to, even before we started to see that track coming down a little bit farther south, they were taking this very seriously and they were getting out of here. In fact, I'd say in the past 12 hours or so, I really haven't seen anyone to talk to about how they're feeling about this track because everyone has heeded the warnings, or not everyone, obviously, but most people have heeded the warnings and they have evacuated. And we are happy about that because as that trend has tracked farther south, of course, that increases the impacts for places like Port Charlotte, Boca Grande, for places like Fort Myers, for Sanibel Island, and that is the concern, especially, of course, Helene in recent memory with feet of storm surge, but just a couple years ago, Hurricane Ian. I will tell you, the storm surge forecast for us here, 8 to 12 feet, as you mentioned, Alex, but with Hurricane Ian, right where I'm standing, the storm surge got up to about 5 feet. So that would be about, I'm about 5'6". That would be about to the top of my head almost where I'm standing. That's how high the water got during Ian right here. We are just off of San Carlos Bay. You can see that out here. So if we're looking west out into San Carlos Bay, and then beyond the bay, if you went even farther west, you would see Sanibel Island and Captiva. Of course, those islands are under mandatory evacuation orders. City of Sanibel asking everyone to be evacuated by 10 p.m. last night. Right now, we're in a break between the rain bands. I do expect some light rain starting to pick up, and I do expect a wind shift as well. We've had winds that have been more out of the southeasterly direction, but as we get closer to nighttime and landfall, we'll start to see those winds shift and become more southwesterly and then eventually westerly. And that is the concern for places like Sanibel, for where I'm standing right here when you're talking about a forecast of possibly 8 to 12 feet of storm surge. That is when you're going to have those winds pushing that water in up against the coast and building up that storm surge. So storm surge is a big concern here, hence that storm storm surge warning. Of course, the possibility for those hurricane force winds. That's why we have that hurricane warning as well. But I want to tell you guys that we were actually right just under the circulation of a tornado warned storm earlier. I was watching it on my velocity radar. I got the alert that we had a tornado warning with that band that's still creating all of those tornado warnings. Checked my velocity radar, put my pinpoint location on, and we were right underneath it. So, got to a safer place in my hotel, and I could hear just the winds howling. You could hear the rain just going crazy. So, these rain bands mean business, and this is going to, obviously, that rain band that's produced all of these tornado warnings, prompting a what we're calling, a tornado outbreak at this point. That's going to continue lifting north. But we're going to see some of these other bands as well that could contain some of those very dangerous storms. So, we've got a tornado watch until 9 p.m. tonight. And so I want you to know where you need to go for that as well. Chris, so many different layers of concern here, but you want to take those tornado warnings very seriously as well and make sure you are getting into the most interior portion of your home, away from the doors and windows, if you find yourself in one of those tornado warnings.
Hey, Felicia, a quick question. Have you noticed any of that water coming up at all there on the bay behind you?
No, not really, Chris, because the wind direction that we still have is more out of a south-southeasterly direction. Now, once those winds switch around to more southwesterly or even westerly as we head into the nighttime hours, I really think that's when the peak of concern is going to be for places like Fort Myers Beach, for Sanibel Island, because we head toward high tide around 4:30, 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, and that's also when we're still going to have a strong push of those onshore winds.
All right, appreciate the update there from Fort Myers. We'll check back in with meteorologist Felicia Combs here shortly. We've got a lot of threats already. Obviously, watching the surge. It's minimal right now, but we're seeing it slowly creep up here in Southwest Florida. It will only go higher pretty quickly in the next couple of hours as those core winds. This is where you're getting into those hurricane force gusts, by the way. And then there's the eye wall, about 60 to 80 miles off the coast of Sarasota. Tampa, just west of you, Pinellas County under that flash flood warning. We'll get to that. And then look at all of the tornado warnings, by the way. Some of the greatest power outages are actually here around Lake Okeechobee, where we've had some of the more very violent tornadoes. Up to 65,000 customers without power, by the way, in the state of Florida. That number only going to be going higher. I mentioned St. Petersburg, Clearwater, all of Pinellas County, for the most part, under a flash flood warning. I mean, we're getting into some of those very heavy bands of tropical rains. This is until 5:30 p.m., so there's probably lots of standing water. Hopefully nobody's out driving in this, but this is blinding sheets of rain. And when you get those heavier tropical downpours, they also bring in those higher wind gusts. So these are also probably bringing with it 50-mile-per-hour gusts in some of these bands. Up over 4 inches now being estimated by the radar there in St. Petersburg. Even higher totals just south of there towards Treasure Island and areas south of St. Pete Beach. All right, so there's a look at the flood watch. We've also got a couple of flash flood warnings south of St. Augustine, not far from the St. Johns River, in places like Palatka and not far from Palm Coast. So I want to show you our high-resolution future radar. Winds are going to start to really go downhill here as we get into these outer bands of the eye wall. So this is around 8, 9 p.m. That's where we're going to see those winds rapidly increase. I mean, it's going to happen quickly. Right now, it's the squalls that are bringing in those tropical storm force gust, and then we get breaks in between like we've seen in Felicia's shot. But as these bands come in and as you get closer to that core, that's when things will go downhill quickly. Again, this could come in a few hours earlier too. Don't just hold these timings to it perfectly, but we're expecting an overnight landfall certainly after 8, 9 p.m. close to the Tampa Bay area, also around Sarasota or Manatee County. So I would say Pinellas, Hillsborough, Manatee, and Sarasota counties, one of you is going to have the landfall, but the impacts will be catastrophic in many of those zones. Surge south of the eye will be where the highest surge values are, but the winds could be strongest north of that eye in that northern eye wall, which could come right over the city of Tampa and some of the populated areas there around Clearwater and St. Petersburg. Rainfall will be heaviest north of the center. So even if the center tracks, say, south of Interstate 4, the heaviest rain is going to be back across the Tampa Bay metro area into Ocala, Orlando, where we have a high risk for flash flooding, Alex. And this is going to be another huge danger, which will even continue into the day tomorrow.
Absolutely. Punta Gorda, Florida, one of the spots that we are watching. Right now, the calm before the storm. We've got big winds coming in. Of course, sections of West Florida looking at very, very dangerous, if not unsurvivable storm surge values. Forecast now for that greatest push of water above normally dry ground to come to the south of Sarasota, or the south of Tampa, around and south of Sarasota. That's where storm surge warnings are in effect, really up and down the west coast of Florida. Also parts of central and northeast Florida's coastline. So the other side of the state will also see that surge of water onto normally dry ground. We're actually seeing that now because we've got an easterly wind in some of these areas. So we've seen water up over where it typically is. Right now, we've got that forecast for the greatest storm surge values, 9 to 13 feet around and south of Sarasota. And that follows that forecast shift to the south. So as the National Hurricane Center adjusts the forecast cone, we see adjustments also made to the storm surge forecast, because remember, just to the south of center is where we're going to maximize that push of water onto normally dry ground. There, of course, your low country, South Carolina, southeast Georgia, and North Florida surge potential. Right now, we've got water rises around a foot, but South Bank Riverwalk over almost 2 feet above normally dry ground. Angle of approach comes into play, especially with this one. Storm coming in perpendicular to the coastline. That'll allow for a higher surge. You're maximizing that surge. There's a look at the timing, as Chris mentioned, late tonight, and depending on where that center makes landfall, just to the south where we maximize the surge.
Tropical downpours falling here in Orlando, Florida, Central Florida. Good afternoon, I'm Justin Michaels. We have moved locations only because of the safety needed because of the potential for severe weather. Severe weather within the hurricane, highly likely and already seen today. Tornadoes touching down across the Florida Peninsula. Here in Central Florida, we certainly have the risk for that. I will tell you the rain has really ramped up. The winds are beginning to kick in as this hurricane gets closer and closer to the Florida coast. And the importance of Orlando is for safety for so many folks. Remember, so many people who evacuated coastal Florida came here. They stopped here. They're taking up hotel rooms here, not to mention the people who call this part of the state of Florida home, and then also all the visitors who temporarily call this place home, going to Disney and all the other places people come to this part of the country for. So that severe weather risk is high. We also have the potential for flooding, and in fact, flooding is going to be a major issue here. You can see right along Lake Eola is where we are, and this is one of the many lakes that are all across Central Florida. Central Florida lakes, in some cases, especially here in Orlando, are connected. So what the city of Orlando did was lower the lakes down to their possible lowest level. So any water that does fall from this hurricane, it'll fill up those lakes again, but hopefully it will curb some of the flooding, not to say all of the flooding. Another issue will be street flooding, and they know that's going to be an issue. So the fact that this hurricane is going to be making landfall overnight, impacting here in Central Florida overnight into tomorrow morning is a real problem. And that's why the mayor and every emergency official here in Central Florida is encouraging people, imploring people, please stay at home. Please do not be on the roads, especially after dark. If flooding was dangerous enough when we have full sunlight, after dark you cannot tell if the road in front of you is washed out. If it has 6 feet of water or 6 inches of water, you can't tell. And another issue, if you're driving around in the middle of the night in a hurricane, all sorts of other hazards present. Flooding might be the least of your problems because we are absolutely expecting the possibility of hurricane force winds. Alex, into you.
Justin, you've had a lot of conversations with the mayor and people around there. We know this is a city based on hospitality, right? And so they pride themselves on being able to take folks in from the West Coast. But that's not to discount. They're going to be up against a lot, the wind and the heavy rain. Are they concerned about having that many people around and the problems that they'll face?
Well, the good news is a lot of the properties here are newer. There are 120,000 hotel rooms here, Alex. So most, if not all of those are full. Of course, hotels are taking every precaution to make sure people stay safe. I can tell you when we were checking into our hotel, there was a full list of things that we need to know about the building, that they have generator power, where things are located, where safe locations are. This part of the country, Florida in particular, knows how to manage this type of weather and keep people safe, Alex. And I can tell you, at least from our perspective, our hotel is certainly going through the steps to make sure we know where to go and how to stay safe. Alex, and to you.
They are a well-oiled machine. Justin, thank you so much. Yeah, they are happy to have visitors all times of year, and especially when they're able to help out neighbors. But no, it's going to be a tough go for Orlando here over the next 12 to 18 hours. 130 miles per hour. That is Category 4 Hurricane Milton's last update from the National Hurricane Center. 110 miles to the west of Fort Myers, Florida. This is moving northeast at 16 miles an hour. So you can imagine we've got about 6-7 hours before that starts to edge very close to the coastline. So looking at landfall late this evening into the overnight hours, probably closing in on midnight. When we look at the forecast, expect a major hurricane landfall tonight. Chris, this storm is still going to bring strong winds to places like Orlando and Vero Beach. And at least in the short term, we've got a tornado outbreak going on. So Milton throwing everything at Florida.
Really is. And winds are continuing to increase here. We've seen gusts now close to 50 miles per hour in St. Petersburg, gusting to over 40 now in Tampa. So we're well within that tropical storm force here, especially across the Gulf Coast of Florida. Fort Myers sustained over 20-25 miles per hour. Notice the wind direction here in Southwest Florida is up from the south and from the east. So we are seeing a propagation of some of that surge, but it will be only enhanced as those winds come more westerly, throwing that water back towards the coast. There has been a water rise, too, by the way, of about 1 to 2 feet, and water's now starting to creep up onto the road in Sanibel Island near the causeway. There's a look at the storm surge flooding up to about 1.5 feet here in Naples Bay, and then Fort Myers, even along the Caloosahatchee River, close to a little over 1 foot so far. Those winds will continue to increase. Look at St. Petersburg. We've got offshore winds right now, but that means we're directly exposed off of Tampa Bay, gusting close to 50 miles per hour there. And we'll continue to watch this as Hurricane Milton gets very close to the west central coast of Florida.
I have some new video to share with you here on the Weather Channel. We have been watching Hurricane Milton, but we've also seen some prolific tornado warnings come out of this storm. This is bringing us, dozens of tornado warnings already, and this is not going to stop. Here's video from near I-75 in Southwest Florida. And Chris, you can see a very well-defined tornado here.
Now, this is one of several that have now crossed over Alligator Alley earlier this afternoon. These look like these violent wedge tornadoes. We don't have the exact rating, but unfortunately, they've done some catastrophic damage. I saw some buildings completely demolished, not here in along I-75, but in Fort Myers with a different tornado that came tearing through a couple of hours ago.
Yeah, at least a very well-defined cone tornado. This looks pretty wide without knowing, how far away it is. You've got the leading edge of the storm. You can see the overall rotation in the storm and the inflow into it. This has been kind of incredible today because, oftentimes, Chris, we look at these tornadic storms as part of a hurricane landfall, part of the outer bands, but these are almost supercellular in nature. They have that kidney bean shape. They have that very well-defined hook, and they are producing very well-defined and stronger tornadoes. I think when we go back, we're going to see that.
A lot of the tropical tornadoes are very quick. A lot of them are rain-wrapped. We don't even get confirmation. We just see the damage afterwards. But these ones are long-tracked.
Yes.
Higher end and almost like supercell structures, like you were saying. And that band is continuing to work now towards the east coast of Florida and up into central Florida. Orlando, heads up, this is headed your way.
And as you point out, some people have now suffered damage as a result of tornadoes ahead of a landfalling hurricane that's going to bring more wind, more rain. So you don't want to have a roof compromised by a tornado now with what Milton's going to bring. Unfortunately, that is what people are going to be dealing with. 130-mile-per-hour winds as of the last update from the National Hurricane Center. We'll be getting another one shortly. 110 miles to the west of Fort Myers, Florida, with a motion to the northeast at 16 miles an hour. That would put us, at landfall sometime very late this evening and into the overnight hours. So probably around midnight, 1 a.m., what we're thinking. We've still continued, Chris and I talking, with that northeastern movement. We are expecting a turn more towards the east, but remember, the cone anywhere from Tampa down to close to Fort Myers. Here's a look at that cone. So if the center of the storm stays here, continues that northeastward motion, we're going to see a landfall just to the south of Tampa. That would maximize our surge into parts of the bay and around Sarasota, areas like Anna Maria Island. If it were to make that turn to the east soon, make landfall just to the north of Fort Myers, that's going to maximize our surge in these areas. With that northeastward motion still continuing, I think we could be looking at, a less likely, track that we see landfall right here and perhaps somewhere at least down the middle, closer to Sarasota. That would maximize surge just to the south of Sarasota, because with the direction of the storm moving in, you're going to see that right front quadrant just to the south of the center of the storm's landfall location. Be prepared for winds of over 110 miles per hour from Tampa to Sarasota to near Fort Myers. We've got a ton of population here. Unfortunately, this is going to do structure damage. This is going to take out power. Weaker structures, mobile homes, they could be destroyed by this kind of wind. And then hurricane force winds getting us all the way to the east coast of Florida. So Chris, hurricane force winds in Orlando, in Vero Beach, over towards Cape Canaveral. Tons of population about to be affected by the wind and very heavy rain. I do want to mention real quick the storm surge potential and where the warnings are and our tornado watch. But again, wind and heavy rain will be an issue for many.
All right, so we want to get an update now from Southwest Florida. Meteorologist Felicia Combs there in Fort Myers. Felicia, I've seen reports now of water starting to creep up in Sanibel Island because of that rise in water. Also watching some of the cameras in Captiva, where we're getting that overwash now into some of the parking lots. Have you noticed any changes where you are there in Fort Myers?
Not a ton of changes right where we are, because we are on the mainland, Chris. So the wind's still coming out of a south-southeasterly direction. That is more of like an offshore flow. But of course, if you're on one of the islands, you are surrounded by water, so you are getting kind of water all around. But I will tell you what I want to show you. So we're on San Carlos Bay, and typically now where we are, there's not much of a beach, just a couple feet. But you can see here that the water is coming up to the bottom of these stairs here. And back in Ian 2 years ago, the water from San Carlos Bay coming all the way up to where I've been standing. And of course, out on Sanibel Island, the storm surge up over 13 feet. So that is too close in recent memory for people to have forgotten all the damage that Ian did. And that's why this storm surge risk of 8 to 12 feet people are really taking seriously. Now, the winds are going to shift to more of a westerly direction as we head into the midnight hour, overnight, and into tomorrow morning. That concerns me, because high tide for Fort Myers Beach, for Sanibel Island, is around 5 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we will have that onshore push of water. The hours are ticking down before Milton will make landfall on the west coast of Florida. That exact landfall location still yet to be seen, but as you can see from my shot here, the winds will continue to pick up, and the rain, as well as that danger. So if you have not already evacuated, you have run out of time, because it's just going to get more dangerous. Put my hood up here because the rain is starting back. We've kind of been in between rain bands here in the Fort Myers area. It looks like the rain is starting to pick back up. We've already had tropical storm force winds, and certainly hurricane force winds are a possibility. Now, Chris, when we were talking to Chris Bruin earlier, he was asking us about the possibility of storm surge and if we've seen any where we are. And I will tell you that it's all depending on which way your shore is facing right now. So you can see some of this water coming up. Now, this would be a beachy area, kind of at the hotel that we're staying at. That water should not be coming up in here from San Carlos Bay. And as we head toward high tide and continue with that onshore push of wind, we're going to see more of that from this area. What I'm really concerned about for Fort Myers Beach, for Sanibel Island, for Captiva, is when we head into the overnight and we've got that onshore flow. Right now, the winds are coming from more of a easterly, south-southeasterly direction. But while Milton is making landfall, of course, those winds are going to shift around in direction. They're going to become more westerly, and that is going to bring all of this water from San Carlos Bay, from the Gulf of Mexico, and that is going to push it up against Sanibel Island, up against Fort Myers Beach, up against Captiva. And of course, that is what happened with Hurricane Ian as well. That's how we ended up with 13 feet of storm surge. The forecast for us here, 8 to 12 feet of storm surge. But as you can see, while that is the most pressing worry, and that's why we've got those mandatory evacuations for some of the barrier islands, the winds also cranking. We could see hurricane force winds before all is said and done here. And then also the tornado risk. We've already been under a tornado warning right where we are. Multiple tornado warnings issued. I think the last that I saw was over 50 tornado warnings issued between Tampa Bay, National Weather Service, Miami, and Melbourne. So these rain bands are meaning business. And guys, this is the crazy part to me. This is just the wind kind of in between the rain bands. Obviously, Milton is still about 100 miles away from where we are in Fort Myers, so I can only imagine what this wind will be like as we head through the next several hours and get closer to landfall. It's just going to be absolutely cranking. Now, I will say, this is all the difference that your location makes, because in our other shot that I was just showing you, we were blocked by the hotel, and that's why you couldn't see how much the wind was really cranking. Where we are now, we moved over just a little bit so that we could get not in the protection of the hotel as much, and that's why you're able to see just how much these winds are cranking. So that's only going to pick up from here. I hope everyone is prepared for power outages as well, because this is going to be a big power outage maker before all is said and done. So between the storm surge, the power outages, and the tornado risk, Chris, I really hope people are taking this seriously. And as you can see, we're still hours and hours away, and this wind is just absolutely beating us up out here.
You mentioned power outages. We're up to about 70,000 customers now in the state of Florida without power, and that number only going to be getting much higher. Surge as well. We've got kind of a look around Naples, and you can see how high the water has already gotten. This has really increased now. There were a few people here over the last couple of hours. Now no one's standing. I know there's been some police officers there kind of keeping people away because the surge is so dangerous and it comes up so quickly. So the beach is entirely now underwater, and the waves are propagating up along the dunes and the access points here all along the streets of Naples. So if you're familiar with this area, you kind of know what we're talking about. Those dunes were taking out in many cases from Ian's surge, and they've had not even 2 years to really kind of bounce back and recover. So a surge like this could even be more vulnerable because we've already got a weakened coastline here from Hurricane Ian 2 years ago. Winds are continuing to increase, not only there in Naples and across southwest Florida, but up and down the west coast. You can take a look here from the satellite view. The center of Milton, by the way, is pretty much due west of Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda. So this is continuing on that northeasterly jog, which if it doesn't make an eastward turn soon, it's headed straight for Tampa Bay and parts of St. Petersburg and Clearwater. We're going to have to continue to monitor the progress here really closely. And of course, we'll do that here at the Weather Channel. So before you lose power, make sure you have a way to get that information. I know a lot of stations are going to be airing their broadcasts on the radio. So if you have a powered crank-up radio, I know it's hard to continue to stay tuned to the latest updates when your power does go out. And just in that time I talked, Alex, we're now up to 80,000 customers without power. And a lot of this is the tornado-warned storms and those squalls now impacting the East Coast and Central Florida.
Yeah, we've had a lot of tornadoes confirmed today. They have done damage, and as Chris mentioned, they have taken out power. I want to get you caught up on the tornado watch that's in effect until 9 o'clock. Orlando to Daytona Beach, Tampa to Fort Myers to Miami. So Central and South Florida included. And again, as expected, these are edging closer and closer to the Orlando metro area as we speak. Those warnings extend, though, to the south and southwest of Fort Pierce. So some very populated areas along I-95, Martin and St. Lucie counties. An observed tornado on this one. I would imagine we've got actually a few areas of rotation. You definitely have one here just to the south of Vero Beach. That's going to be headed northward into Vero Beach, working right along Highway 1 until 345. Well-defined hook on this one. Brevard, Osceola County. Observed tornado. Look at the couplet on that one. International Space Station capturing an awe-inspiring view of Hurricane Milton from space. We know beneath the storm, a different story. These things are spectacular to look at, nature on display, but we know we've got a really powerful hurricane set to make landfall here on the west coast of Florida in the coming hours. 130-mile-per-hour winds right now. This is a Category 4 hurricane with a pressure at 948 millibars. Moving to the northeast, 16 miles an hour. The location, 110 miles an hour to the west, 110 miles to the west of Fort Myers. So probably very late evening into the overnight hours when we're going to see this storm make landfall. Depending on the exact location of the center of the storm, that would be where we'd maximize the storm surge just to the south. So a landfall here near Sarasota, you maximize the storm surge on the south side. Closer to Tampa, Sarasota will take the worst of the surge. Closer to the south part of the cone, remember this is just the track of the center of the storm, the surge would be maximized in and around Fort Myers. Felicia Combs is there. They are already getting some very strong winds. Hurricane warnings are in effect because of the threat of strong winds. Cedar Key to Fort Myers, Daytona Beach, Orlando, everyone in purple. Most of the state of Florida, at least the peninsula, under at least a tropical storm warning. What should you be prepared for when it comes to winds? Over 110 miles per hour to the south of Tampa, Sarasota. These are areas where widespread power outages are likely. And you can get structural damage out of this kind of wind. 74 to 110 mile per hour winds for Orlando, for Vero Beach, for Melbourne. Up towards Daytona Beach, you're going to be close. Now, storm surge potential, again, maximized just to the south of the forecast or the center of the storm. And the forecast right now from the National Hurricane Center does put that greatest surge potential around and south of Sarasota, 9 to 13 feet. That is height of water over normally dry ground. And then there's wave action on top of it. There's also rain coming down, too. That's going to have nowhere to drain. We've also got a heavy rain threat in the city of Orlando, where they have taken in a lot of folks from the coast, but they've got threats of their own. Justin Michaels, it's pouring now, and it's going to continue to rain over the next 12 to 24 hours.
Well, Alex, people here are preparing for those tropical downpours, not the least of which is their worries, though, of course, because of the tropical force winds that might be coming through here, hurricane force winds eventually. So take a look, though, along the street here. This is kind of main downtown area, one or two blocks over from Lake Eola. You can see, because this street is well known for flooding, even with an afternoon rain shower, it will flood. Take note of the precautions people took across the street. In fact, several of the buildings down here do have sandbags in front of their doors. In fact, I see even going the other direction, too. So people here are as prepared as they can be for Milton. And, of course, it's overnight tonight that these tropical downpours are really going to continue to come through, really dump a lot of rain, and we get those tropical bands that set up over Orlando, and that's when the flooding is going to begin. The lake system here, they've lowered all those lakes. I've been talking about that throughout the afternoon, just out of an abundance of caution, because the lake system here in Orlando does flood. So they've lowered the level of those lakes. They're all connected in some way, shape, or form, and that is going to hopefully protect against at least some flooding. They know there's going to be flooding here, and it's something this part of the country is absolutely prepared for. Remember, Orlando is a place that people on the coast did evacuate to, not to mention all the people who are here for the theme parks and to enjoy this part of the country. So there are a lot of people here, 120,000 hotel rooms, and by and large, we have to believe most of them are sold out. I can tell you from our team's firsthand perspective, as we were checking into our hotel here in downtown Orlando, we got a sheet of paper. It told us all the safety precautions, the fact that our hotel has generators connected to the elevators. That's always a good thing, because if you're way up at elevation on these hotels, you could be stuck up 20 floors and have to hike down. That's no good. So preparations did go into making sure this place is going to stay as safe as possible. Now it really is on the people who are going to live through this storm to take their own safety into their own hands and ideally stay inside until Milton is long gone. Back into you.
All right, appreciate the update there from Central Florida. Justin, we'll check back in with you here momentarily. I want to get an update on the winds, because we're getting into solid tropical storm force gusts now across much of Central and South Florida. Even Miami now seeing gusts near 40 miles per hour. West Palm Beach, nearly 40 mile per hour gusts. Sustained winds over 30 to 35 miles per hour in Key West, with gusts over 40 to nearly 50 miles per hour. Winds are steadily picking up here, too, and that is starting to push the water up around Marco Island into southern parts of Collier County and then paralleling the coast around Fort Myers Beach and into Sanibel Island. We're seeing that water slowly creep up, now about 1.6 feet in Naples and 1.3 feet of water rise already in Fort Myers. Back up towards Sarasota, St. Petersburg, gusty winds up near 50 miles per hour in Sarasota, St. Petersburg, and all right, welcome back into our continuing live coverage now as Hurricane Milton bears down across the state of Florida. You're looking live at Naples, Florida. Look how high the surge has gotten now, just in the last 30 minutes. I mean, there used to be a little bit of sand you could see. Now that water's getting deeper, and the waves are now starting to come up over the floorboards of the pier there that was obviously damaged in Hurricane Ian.
This is just a visual of what's going to happen. And again, the anticipation that water could rise 6, 8, 10 plus feet above normally dry ground. And again, the wave action on top of that's going to make this exceptionally dangerous. Tornado threat has been just as substantial and dangerous with Milton. We've got new video from a security camera of a tornado that ripped through southwest Florida earlier today, doing damage. Chris, you mentioned there were roofs damaged on some of these homes. So now we've got structures damaged in advance of the hurricane.
And this hit a lot of areas around Fort Myers. I know there's a lot of tree debris on Daniels Parkway. That's one of the main roads on the south side of the city. Not sure exactly where this neighborhood was, but wow, that was violent here.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have seen dozens of tornado reports. Tornado outbreak in progress. Just one of the things we're watching out of Hurricane Milton. Things are going to go downhill later tonight as landfall approaches, probably right around either side of midnight. So late this evening into the early overnight hours. And Chris, from west to east, a huge chunk of Florida under hurricane warnings.
Yeah, while we haven't seen those hurricane force gusts just yet, they're not that far away. You can see those outer, bands from the center, which is, now probably less than 60 miles here from the coast of Florida. Those are going to bring in much heavier rain bands, but also stronger winds as this gets up near Sarasota and Tampa Bay.
You saw the tornado warnings lined up, getting closer to the city of Orlando, something they'll be watching as well. This is Weather Unfiltered. I'm Alex Wilson here with Chris Bruin. We've got meteorologist Felicia Combs out in the field. We've got our Justin Michaels in Orlando. We're going to be checking in with both of them, but want to get folks updated on Milton, of course, just a few hours away from landfall.
And we're waiting on this turn, and it's not happening yet. So this may very well come in towards Tampa Bay if it doesn't make a turn soon.
No one's off the hook at this point. Again, that cone tells us just the path of the center of the storm. So very possible that we see a landfall very close to Tampa. So, don't let down your guard anywhere along the Florida coastline. We look at Fort Myers where Felicia is, and the winds have already been pretty significant. Yeah,
so take a look at this. This is the view, and part of what you're seeing at here is just empty streets, right? Winds have steadily picked up on this camera. You can see the power lines even kind of waving around back and forth. There's sand that was brought in from the storm surge from Helene 2 weeks ago. That hasn't been fully removed yet, and unfortunately, this is a strip of road that could easily be underwater here before long. So this is something that we're going to be watching really closely at many spots here further up the coast.
Yeah, Chris mentioned still a northeast motion, so we still continue to watch that northeastward movement with the storm as opposed to a due west to east motion. 17 miles per hour. We are now down to a Category 3 hurricane, so that was expected. While good news in the wind speed, we are not letting our foot off the gas when it comes to the surge issues. Former Category 5 storms can still produce very substantial storm surge, and that is what we are going to see out of Milton. It is now 100 miles to the west-northwest of Fort Myers, Florida, moving to the northeast at 17 miles per hour. So again, roughly 6 to 7 hours away, just doing a back of the envelope calculation from landfall. So we're looking at this probably coming around the very late evening hours into the very early morning hours. So 10 p.m. to about 2 a.m. There's still some wiggle room here. Again, Tampa not off the hook. If we take that northern edge of the cone, that would put landfall, the center of the storm, very close to Tampa. If you follow the south end of the forecast cone, that would put landfall very close to Fort Myers. And depending on where we are with the center of the storm would determine who sees the worst. Remember that right front quadrant. So let's just say the storm makes landfall at Sarasota. Right front quadrant would be there to the south, and that would put the highest surge strongest winds on that right front corner. So just to the south of landfall location. Hurricane warnings are in effect from the Big Bend areas down to Fort Myers, all the way over to the east coast of Florida, south of Jacksonville to areas around Fort Pierce. We look at the winds that you can expect out of this. Over 110-mile-per-hour winds for areas in purple. In red, hurricane force winds very likely. This would mean structural damage is possible. Power outages are likely. If you're in a mobile home, your home may not withstand just the hurricane winds that you're going to see, especially in those areas shaded in purple. And again, the National Hurricane Center has been updating that storm surge potential given the changes to the forecast. Right now, the highest surge likely around and south of Sarasota, 9 to 13 feet of water over normally dry ground. And again, you got the wave action on top of that. We showed you what was happening in Naples. So remember that water's going to push on shore. You're going to have the rough surf from the winds of the storm. It is going to come in fast and it is going to inundate homes, may wash some away. Again, we've seen too many times in the aftermath of these storms that surge leaves nothing standing. Not to say that can't be the case with this. Again, expected in some of these hardest hit areas. Tornado watch remains in effect until 9 o'clock. Daytona Beach, Orlando, Tampa, Fort Myers, even down into South Florida, Miami. The National Weather Service office in Miami has issued dozens of tornado warnings today. For a time, nearly every storm was rotating. At this point, we've got a few warnings. Very well-defined hook on this one, Indian River and St. Lucie counties. So just to the west of Highway 1 would be where I'd anticipate that tornado warning, or that tornado to be sitting. Brevard and Indian River counties also under a tornado warning. This also skirting right up along Highway 1 over to the west of Melbourne. We've got Orange and Osceola counties under a tornado warning. Probably right around there, right around Highway 192 would be where we'd see that area of rotation. And now a new one off to the north and west of Fort Lauderdale. Outside of that, very heavy rain falling from Daytona Beach to Orlando to Tampa. So we are getting inundated and more heavy rain is on the way. These areas are going to get soaked, especially within the next 12 to 18 hours. So look at the future radar and watch this quarter in particular. The heavy rain through the evening into the overnight hours. Some of these areas could exceed a half foot, a foot, even get up to 1.5 feet of rainfall by the time all is said and done. I think the rainfall rates come down tomorrow right around lunchtime and especially through the afternoon hours. But between now and then, we've got quite a bit of rain to get through. So flash flooding, something we've got to watch for. And again, on top of these surge areas, we could see real problems. But north of landfall, likely where we'll see the heaviest of rain. Now, earlier this afternoon on Weather Unfiltered, we talked to Vice President Kamala Harris about the government's response to Helene and now Milton. She had some advice for those in the path of this major hurricane.
I would also emphasize that it's really important that your viewers, your listeners, listen to your local authorities. What has been emphasized over and over again is that this will be unlike any hurricane the region has ever experienced. And I know we got some tough Floridians who have dealt with the hurricanes before and have been fine. This is going to be different. So please listen to your local officials and understand the seriousness of this and your ability to frankly save your life, because this is expected to be not only dangerous but deadly.
And the Weather Channel did also invite President Trump to join us to discuss hurricane disaster response. That invitation does stand. Right now, I want to get you back to the storm and Fort Myers in particular. Meteorologist Felicia Combs has been there. And Felicia, between yesterday and today, Fort Myers has found themselves more in line with a possible landfall, or at least very close landfall. Residents don't want to see that on the heels of Hurricane Ian, and you're already getting serious winds coming in.
Yeah, you know, Alex, I wanted to move back over to our initial spot to kind of show you the difference that the wind direction in our building is making. So in the shot that we just showed, where I was just getting absolutely whipped around by that wind, that is not being blocked by our hotel. Now, where we are, we're kind of on the back side of our hotel right now. The winds are more of a south-southeasterly direction still here around Fort Myers. So our hotel is actually blocking kind of the worst of the wind from us. But this also kind of provides a good perspective on the water that we're seeing. So I want you to see this here. If you look directly west, you're looking at Sanibel. So that is what is west of us. Of course, in recent memory from Hurricane Ian, Sanibel getting, around 13 feet of storm surge. Now, these concrete steps that you see right here, I just talked to the general manager of the hotel to ask him, how much beach would we have, so to speak, if we weren't dealing with what we're seeing right now? And he said there's not a huge beach there. There's probably about 1 to 2 feet of beach once you get to the bottom of these steps. So, there's not a lot there anyways, but certainly the fact that, we are not at high tide and that's how high the water is, we're going to continue to see that come up, especially once the winds come out of a more westerly direction, because that's what storm surge is all about, right? It's about the wind direction, the duration of the wind, the strength of the wind. So eventually when we get those winds to switch around landfall into the nighttime hours and early Thursday, those winds are going to switch around to more of a westerly direction. And all of that water that I was just showing you in San Carlos Bay, that is going to be pushed up against us here around Fort Myers Beach. Then, of course, you've got the Gulf outside of Sanibel Island. And that's when you start to see your real storm surge potential realized even into Thursday morning, well after the storm has already made landfall. So you want to be cognizant of that even after the storm has made landfall, you're still not safe. Now, I know a lot of comparisons to Hurricane Ian, and you never want to, kind of compare two storms to each other like that, because we say it all the time. We say so frequently that every storm is different. Just because you made it out just fine in one storm doesn't mean you're going to make it out just fine in another one. But I do think with Ian being in such recent memory and kind of the similarities of thinking that, Ian was going to go a little farther north, making landfall, watching the track for Milton slip a little bit farther south over the past 24 to 48 hours or so. I do think people are kind of feeling that Ian anxiety. And so just for perspective for you, I'm about 5'6". Where I'm standing, our Weather Channel crew was here in Ian, and the water got up to about 5 feet. So the water across this whole area where I'm standing, which is the pool deck at our hotel, was up at about 5 feet. That's the storm surge that we saw here. And of course, even worse storm surge when you're talking about Fort Myers Beach. But I also want to touch on this. There's so much focus on the coastal areas, as there should be. Coastal areas, when you're talking about double-digit amounts of storm surge, that is life-threatening, that is catastrophic, that is dangerous. But the thing about Southwest Florida is you also have the Caloosahatchee River, you have Charlotte Harbor, you have the Peace River, and all of those bodies of water are going to experience that push of water from the storm surge. So the Caloosahatchee, you're going to see those water rises there. Places like downtown Fort Myers, going to see some flooding from that. So when we look at the storm surge along the coast versus inland, if your business is ruined, if that gets in your home and you're not on the coast but you're a little bit farther inland, that is still catastrophic for you, especially considering that we still have boats that lost their moorings during Helene around Port Charlotte, and they're still sitting aground in some places around Port Charlotte, around the Charlotte Harbor. So it is just worst case scenario for this region to deal with what we just saw in Helene. And might I just add, we saw all of that storm surge in Helene, and Helene was over 100 miles away. Milton is going to be much closer to us once it makes landfall here, wherever it makes landfall. So Fort Myers Beach up through Boca Grande, up towards Sarasota, all of these places need to be on alert for potentially the worst case scenario. But then, of course, even after the landfall, that storm surge coming up, those power outages, and all those things that we know that we deal with with a catastrophic storm. Here's the other issue with this storm. Not only, all the tornado warnings we've seen, but this is going to maintain its steam as it just blasts across the state. So it's not just a coastal area, even, for places kind of near the coast. We're talking about places like Orlando, like up through Polk County, places like that aren't only dealing with the tornado risk, but are going to be dealing with the potential for these hurricane force winds, maybe for the power outages, for that heavy flooding rain that we're seeing that's predicted up through that I-4 corridor, up toward northeast Florida as well, up toward Jacksonville. So a big chunk of the state is on alert from this. And I will say, especially when you're seeing those rain bands with the tornado warnings, that is starting to make it an even more dangerous situation. We have our crews spread out across the state, and we're going to stay with you through the duration of the storm. We've got our own Justin Michaels. He's in Orlando. I know that Justin and his team were dealing with some of the risk of that severe weather a little earlier. So, Justin, I understand you guys kind of got to a safer location, which is so smart, because these rain bands have been prolific tornado makers thus far.
Well, and I will tell you, Felicia, we're experiencing some of the hardest rain we may have seen yet. It just kicked in the last minute to a minute and a half So yeah, the torrential rains, those tropical rains are certainly impacting this part of the state. The concern for severe weather like tornadoes is certainly real. We have that tornado watch in place going throughout this evening, and I have to believe that will likely get extended as the hurricane is really eventually coming ashore and then barreling across the state, like Felicia said. We have these rains coming down right now, these tropical rains. People here are certainly doing what they can to protect their properties, and I want you to take note. Austin Anderson behind the lens, and oftentimes it's difficult to see the perspective of going downhill on television, but you can really kind of see it from this perspective, going down towards the stop sign further away, and that's the intersection at Summerlin. Summerlin is a well-known flooding area. It floods on a regular afternoon rain shower, and the expectation is it will very highly likely flood because of Milton coming to town later this evening into tomorrow. So this is the time where you really don't want to be out. This is the time where staying home is the critical thing to do, especially because of that severe weather threat and the concern here as the storm gets closer and closer to eventually making a landfall. And we're experiencing it already. It's only going to progressively get worse here along the I-4 corridor over the next several hours, overnight, and into tomorrow. And that's a big concern also, overnight impacts from a hurricane. The Weather Channel is coming back live right after this with more life-saving information. We've got you covered through the storm. We're back after this. Live coverage on the Weather Channel as we track Milton. I'm Justin Michaels, and this is a powerful hurricane coming in this direction, obviously already impacting where we are in Orlando, Florida. The coast is really getting battered down in Fort Myers. Some of the video out of there is extraordinary. All the more reason for people along the entire coast and well inland to be staying inside. There is truly, short of an emergency, no reason to be going outside until Milton is in the history books and well off into the Atlantic. The dangers are only going to grow throughout the course of this night. Here in Orlando, those dangers do include the potential for severe weather. We have a tornado watch in place right now. Of course, that can turn into a tornado warning at any moment, which means you need to have your safe place identified. We also, of course, are going to be dealing with these tropical downpours, and we're going to be dealing with these, which will eventually turn into flooding on streets like where we are right now in downtown Orlando. Well, the exception of that guy who looks like he may have just gone shopping, and good for him to be able to go home and stay in. We really haven't seen too many people moving around in downtown Orlando. People have been heeding the warnings. Before the rain truly kicked in, you could really have those moments of dryness, and it was just kind of calm, and you really heard nothing. We're very close to I-4, so you typically would hear I-4 traffic. We heard nothing, and very few people driving around, and that is a very, very good thing. We also, of course, have the potential for hurricane force winds, and that's going to be coming much later this evening into tomorrow morning. But still, the dangers are real, and we can't stress enough, and emergency managers can't stress enough, the importance of staying inside, short of there being truly an emergency where you need to get medical attention or something truly awful has happened. But remember, even if you find yourself in a sticky situation, there may be a situation where you can't call 911 and get any action from them because it is too dangerous to send people out in the storm. So remember, many emergency management systems will shut down ambulance care in the height of the storm because it's simply too dangerous to have those folks and police officers and firefighters on the road. So use your best judgment. Do what you can to really take care of yourselves and your people, your friends, your family, anybody you're hunkering down with, because this is going to be and has been a very impactful storm, and it's only going to go downhill from here. Of course, remember, Orlando is a place that people evacuate to. So it's not just the people that call Central Florida home who are at risk from the hurricane coming right over us here, but also so many people who came here from the coast. We know that nearly all of the 120,000 hotel rooms in and around the greater Orlando area, they're filled at this point. So people are here in great numbers. All the parks have shut down. The airport is shut down. There's nothing open. All the stores have shut down. There really, again, no reason to go out. And the best thing you can do is protect yourselves, stay inside. I know a lot of people might think it's fun to go outside in the middle of a hurricane. We have our safe places identified. Chris Brewitt, as you well know, we're going to be getting to them at a moment's notice if we need to, when a hurricane or a tornado warning might be issued, and if the conditions simply just get too bad for us to be out here, we will be inside. Chris, into you.
Yeah, and it's not just the tornado warnings. Based off that current trajectory, Orlando could get into those core winds here later tonight, especially after this makes landfall and crosses across the state. I wanted to talk about the flooding, though, before the winds really pick up. We're just minutes away now from starting to get to some of the strongest gusts that we'll likely start to see here around Sarasota, and then coming up into Anna Maria Island, Longboat Key, and Lido Key. Likely starting to see those gusts really tick upwards now, up over 60. Probably even higher than that as far as miles per hour. From Pinellas County east, we're under a flash flood warning, and this extends all the way back to the East Coast. Very large area of flash flooding that is only going to be getting worse. Look at the rainfall now really expanding up into Tampa Bay, St. Petersburg, Clearwater, Largo. You're under a flash flood warning. These will likely be extended. Tampa, Lakeland, Lake Wales, Sebring, even just north of Okeechobee under that flash flood warning. So this is a massive flash flood warning with over 1 million people impacted just with that warning alone. Then you bring in this flash flood warning, which includes Orlando south to Kissimmee and areas around the Space Coast, around Titusville and Melbourne under a flash flood warning. And we've seen actually significant flooding around St. Augustine. There are several roads that are impassable and are closed even in and around the city of St. Augustine. In fact, just in this pocket in St. Johns County, we've seen a ½ foot of rain. And remember, north of the center, up about 100 miles or so, there's going to be a swath of some extremely heavy rainfall, and that's just going to be coming back up into St. Augustine and across Central Florida, Ocala, Orlando, Daytona Beach, all going to be in that high-risk zone for flash flooding. Of course, we'll have that risk for flooding south of there, but it's going to be very damaging and destructive here in Central Florida.
You are looking at Captiva Island here in Florida, one of the spots hit very hard by Ian 2 years ago. And now, Chris, we are bracing for Milton, certainly in the path. We're going to be getting an update here at the top of the hour from the National Hurricane Center regarding forecast track, but it still stands that really anybody from Fort Myers up towards the Tampa area could be looking at a landfall.
So we're getting the surge. You can actually see the surge coming in near that building. And look at this. This is Fort Myers Beach. Look at the surge coming down at the bottom of your screen into the road.
Yes.
So that's storm surge, and we're already getting reports now of street flooding because of that storm surge in Naples is up to over 2 feet now and quickly rising. So we're going out of minor flood stage and approaching moderate flood stage in the city of Naples. So places like Tin City, Naples Bay. The beachfront will take a little bit longer to overwash the dunes, but we're not far from that because this is only going to get worse really quickly.
This is the Gulf coming to you. Dr. Nab talks about it. You don't have to live on the Gulf for the Gulf to come to you. We've got new video of wind and rain here in Florida ahead of Milton. We've seen some very strong storms today. Lots of tornadoes also being reported, but the wind blowing the rain sideways here.
Yeah, this was one of those tornado-warned storms. There's actually damage in Matlacha, power flashes, and some boards and siding that got taken out along with trees here. This is between Cape Coral and Pine Island as you're crossing over. Already a tough blow. You can actually see the power lines down. Do you see that there on the right? That was from that tornado that likely tore through this part of southwest Florida.
Tornado warnings have been issued fast and furiously by National Weather Service offices from Miami up into central Florida, the Tampa area. We have seen the problems and already damage ahead of Milton. This from tornadoes. This is Weather Unfiltered. I'm meteorologist Alex Wilson here with Chris Ruin, our meteorologist. We're watching things in studio. Going to get that update here on the forecast track. It has been tracking a little bit north of expected track, so we'll see if we have a shift. We had that with Ian. You have to be prepared for those last-minute wiggles.
You know, and if you live in Tampa, brace yourself for possible worst-case scenario.
No one off the hook.
No one's off the hook. It's already equidistant to Port Charlotte, so south of there, we know it can't head your way, right? Surge is only going to be going up in those places like Naples and Fort Myers, but when you look at the path, I mean, you can just look at the radar now. We can see the center and the eye. It's moving towards Tampa. Now, it's expected to turn a little bit more easterly, but it hasn't done that yet.
We have not seen that yet. Yeah, as of the 4 o'clock advisory, it is still moving northeast, 17 miles an hour. So as Chris said, if that motion continues, that northeastward motion would put us more in line for a Tampa or close to Tampa landfall. So again, anybody from Tampa to Fort Myers has to be prepared for the worst of the weather, whether it's the worst surge or the worst wind. Talk a little bit more about that in a second. Right now, 100 miles to the west-northwest of Fort Myers. This is the current forecast cone. So again, Tampa Bay on the north side. And again, if that northeastward motion continues, we could be looking at landfall from Tampa to Sarasota. The worst of the surge, that's going to be maximized just to the south of the center of landfall, or the landfall, which is where the center of the storm moves onshore. That's where you're going to see the worst of the winds and the eye wall. But just to the south of that, you'll be on that right front quadrant where you maximize that push of water onto the ground. So if the storm were to make landfall at Sarasota, it's going to be those communities just to the south that see the worst of the surge. And right now, that's where the National Hurricane Center does have the highest surge forecast values. Tropical storm warnings from the Keys to North Florida to coastal Georgia. Look at this huge area of hurricane warnings. Everybody in purple under those. Over 110-mile-per-hour winds possible for Tampa, Sarasota, down close to Fort Myers. Widespread power outages are likely. Structural damage is likely. The wind's going to make for issues along the coast. The surge could wipe out structures. So we've seen it. We had this even with Helene. Did not make landfall, but we saw, homes destroyed, buildings destroyed, some, washed out into the Gulf. That could be what we get out of that. That's the expectation. That's why you've evacuated if you live in these areas. 74 to 110-mile-per-hour winds all the way to the East Coast. So hurricane-force winds over into eastern Florida. Storm surge potential again right now. Forecast from the National Hurricane Center puts that highest surge around and south of Sarasota. Tampa, 8 to 12 feet of storm surge. That would be deadly to anybody staying there. And again, if we see a more northern movement to this storm, say it moves in just to the north of the bay, now we're maximizing that surge into the bay. So we could still see significant problems. Tornado warnings are in effect, tornado watch in effect until 9 o'clock. For areas around Orlando and Daytona Beach all the way into South Florida. We've got tornado warnings that continue along the eastern coast of Florida, now edging into Orlando. In addition to everything we've seen out of Milton, we've got a tornado outbreak in progress, and now these tornadoes edging into the Orlando metro area, south and east of town. We've got tornado warnings in effect. Also all around Fort Pierce, north, south, east, west. You've got, or I guess north, south, and west. We've got tornado warnings also in effect. Orange County here, Azalea Park, Conway, Pine Castle under a tornado warning until 5:15 local time. You are in very heavy rain, so this one may be tough to see if you're looking towards areas east of Orlando. There's your area of rotation. Very well-defined couplet. Greens are going towards the radar. Reds are going away from the radar. So you've got your counterclockwise rotation. And what we've got is a storm that's working up towards the Orlando area. Unfortunately, Orlando finds itself right in the path of this. So if we continue with our motion off to the north and west, that would put it at Orlando just after the top of the hour. Indian River County under a tornado warning until 5 o'clock. This is an observed tornado. A lot of these have been radar confirmed, and we've seen videos of tornadoes and tornado damage today out of these storms. So around Vero Beach, looking at this off towards the east of Vero Beach, we've seen multiple areas of rotation as well out of these storms. So don't even want to discount there. You can see a pretty well-defined area off towards the south or east of Lakewood Park, then moving south and west of Vero Beach. So some of these storms, or just lined up storms, have produced a few areas of rotation that have moved over the same communities. So that one in effect until 5 o'clock, until the top of the hour. West Palm Beach area, we've got 2 warnings off to your west and southwest. So the tornado warnings continue to be an issue here, as does the very heavy rain shield that's already set up from Tampa to Orlando. These areas are going to have a significant flash flood risk moving forward, as we've got rain that'll stick with these areas through the rest of today, into the overnight, and continue to steadily fall even tomorrow morning. So we've got, at least a good, 12 to 16 hours of steady rain, and at times very heavy rain for some of these areas. Our meteorologist Felicia Combs is in Fort Myers. You're a little drier right now. Felicia, some reports of tornadoes in and around Fort Myers earlier today. Now we've got, the Gulf really seeing that charged up in the wind too.
Yeah, that's right, Alex. We've got it all. We actually were in a tornado warning here at our hotel, and I can tell you, I was watching the velocity signature of that storm, that tornado warned storm, passing right over top of our hotel. The winds were howling. The rain was crazy. So certainly not something that you want to be out in with these rain bands. And as we head through the night, and then especially overnight tonight and into the high tide cycles, which are happening very early tomorrow morning, you're going to watch as the storm surge begins to come up. So you can kind of see the images here behind me. So the water is coming up behind me. I think we want to show the water kind of sloshing over this this pier that you see here. Obviously, that's not typically supposed to happen. And then we're going to continue to see that water coming in. Now, what's happening right now is we've had a southeasterly direction to our wind, and so we're not seeing that push that you get from the westerly winds or the southwesterly winds. When you get those, that is going to push the water of San Carlos Bay up toward where we are. That's going to push the Gulf toward Captiva, Sanibel, Fort Myers Beach even more. So once we get that wind direction change, you're going to notice that difference. But even where we are, I mean, if you've been watching for the past hour or so, you can see that this water has clearly come up behind me, and that is kind of how storm surge works. You start to see it kind of lifting a little bit more. Now, I was telling you earlier that there's a big differential in behind our hotel when it comes to the wind versus not in the protection of our hotel. So you can clearly see as I walk out here just how much more the wind is gusting when we're not behind the protection of our hotel. We've had winds gusting upwards of 50 miles per hour closer to the coast. We've definitely had tropical storm force winds already, but also note the direction. The direction is, this is west, so the direction is still coming out of more of a southeasterly direction right now. Once that begins to switch around, it is going to be a completely different story. You're going to get more of a push of this water, and we're going to start to see the impacts of that storm surge. So storm surge current forecast for this area is 8 to 12 feet, even up along the more inland places where you've got, say, some of the rivers that push inland, or Charlotte Harbor. You're going to have to watch for that chance of storm surge as well. The winds are going to continue to pick up, so power outages are going to go up. I hate an overnight landfall. An overnight landfall is one of the worst things that you deal with because you don't really know what's happening. You hear the winds howling. You can't really see out there. But that is exactly what we're going to be dealing with Milton. So I hope everyone's prepared. Hopefully you've got whatever you need for the power outages with the flashlights. Of course, you don't want to be using candles, and you're all ready for that because it's too late to leave. The Fort Myers police are asking everyone to shelter in place at this point. The roads are too dangerous for anyone to be out on them. So if you didn't leave, if you didn't already get to your safe place, it's just not safe for you to leave now. So I hope everyone that's watching me is watching from a safe place where they can hunker down and just ride out the storm. And then once all is done and over with, you can come back and see what happened to your Ian. Still in recent memory of this region where we saw double-digit storm surge for places like Fort Myers Beach, Fort Captiva. And while we cross our fingers and hope that's not that case, we do have that storm surge warning here. And just want everyone to be safe. We've got much more coming up after the break.
We're going to give you a tour of what we're seeing in some of our cameras. First up, Chris Bruin, is Captiva Island. Wind hasn't been, huge yet, but we've seen that water pushing onto the shore. And you can see as you look out into the Gulf, the waves are huge.
Yeah, and they're kind of breaking through at times. You'll get water kind of trickling through the parking lot. Notice the building here. It's been through quite some storms, I can tell you. Boarded up and essentially just empty. But this is one spot already seeing the water rise. We head south from here to Fort Myers Beach, and look at the water just pouring in. Now the street, you could see the lines earlier. Now we've got pretty high standing water. That's going to make it almost impossible now to drive on this road in Fort Myers Beach, which, by the way, this is the highest gust I've seen, too, in Fort Myers Beach, 68 miles per hour.
Yeah, our Felicia Combs has been reporting there. We've got the onshore push around the Fort Myers area, so certainly seeing those water rises. Naples, Florida, another spot where we have seen quite a difference in this camera. You've got the wave action, but, Chris, earlier today we could see a little sliver of beach, not any longer.
Yeah, there was even some folks out there near the stairs, and now the water's up to about the second to third step, and when the waves come, it gets even higher than that.
Yeah.
And we're approaching now moderate flooding in Naples. Major flooding begins when surge gets close to 4 feet, and we're getting close to that 2.5-foot mark.
Yeah, we've got some of these areas gusting, as you mentioned, over 40, 50 miles an hour. You've got that, south wind around Fort Myers pushing that water in on some of those south-facing beaches. 125-mile-an-hour Category 3 Hurricane Milton as of the 4 o'clock advisory. It continues to move northeast, 17 miles an hour, and as we oftentimes see with this, we saw it with Ian not long ago. Of course, in recent memory, those last-minute wobbles are going to make all the difference in who sees the worst of the weather, whether it's the area of most intense winds around the eye wall or the areas of strongest and highest surge on that south side of landfall location. Because remember, we look at the landfall or the center of the storm right now, we know the worst of the weather coming on that front right quadrant. So right now, the forecast cone on the north side, a landfall around Tampa, on the south side, a landfall around Fort Myers. I don't think we're going to see that southerly scenario play out. I think at this point we'd be looking at the northern half of the cone looking more and more likely given the current motion of the storm and what we've seen over the last few updates. It has been running a little bit north of the the center of that forecast cone. So I think a northern side of the cone looks likely when it comes to landfall. Where it makes landfall, just to the south, would be where we maximize that surge. Hurricane warnings are in effect for everybody in purple. Winds of over 110 miles an hour possible here in the violet zone. So winds are going to be an issue. It's going to lead to power outages. I think they'll be widespread in many areas. Hurricane force winds over towards Orlando, coastal sections, the Space Coast. You could see some very strong winds. Tropical storm force winds around Daytona Beach. Surge potential right now south of the bay, down to areas south of Sarasota. That's where the National Hurricane Center forecast has the greatest surge, 9 to 13 feet, but 8 to 12 feet here from Sarasota to north of Tampa. If we see a landfall that continues, say it's here just north of Tampa, we're going to maximize that surge into the bay. So it's all going to matter what happens here between now and landfall. Do we get that hard right turn? Do we see more of an easterly motion? Do we see that northeast movement continue? That's something we'll be watching, of course. That's why the hurricane hunters are giving us those positions, and the updates from the National Hurricane Center are, going to be adjusting as per the forecast. Tornado watch is in effect until 9 o'clock. This has been a prolific tornado maker across the state of Florida today, and we've got confirmed tornadoes right now in progress into parts of Florida. Right now in Orlando, you are under a warning. It's radar indicated here in Orange County, moving up towards Interstate 4, and this would include the Orlando area soon enough. But we've got some really dangerous storms off to the south, so areas to the east of I-95. We look down towards these ones west of West Palm Beach. We've got confirmed tornadoes. They are moving about 45 miles an hour. Considerable danger with this just off to the west of Wellington. Right there, they're a very clear area of rotation just to the south and west of Wellington. So National Weather Service, this has been spotted. They are saying this is a large, dangerous tornado in progress. Palm Beach, also this is that observed tornado warning that continues. We've got another one here in Palm Beach County. That's also observed. That's also moving about 45 miles an hour. Getting a little farther away from the radar, but you've got your area of rotation here. And again, observe tornado with a threat to anyone in the path of this. So if you are in the path, get to that lowest level, most interior room. Observe tornado here west of Interstate 95, Martin, Okeechobee, and St. Lucie County. Our coverage continues. Dr. Nab, our hurricane expert, up next.
Welcome into Storm Center, where we are continuing to track Major Hurricane Milton. Thanks for trusting us with your information here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs in Fort Myers, where we are expecting this to be a catastrophic storm. Of course, we were just dealing with the ramifications of Helene a couple weeks ago that brought feet of storm surge across portions of southwest Florida. And then in recent memory, a couple years ago, we had Hurricane Ian. So all of that fresh on everyone's minds as we look at that forecast for 8 to 12 feet of storm surge for places like Fort Myers Beach, for Charlotte Harbor. It is going to be another storm that goes down in the history books. Now, just a couple years ago, my team here at the Weather Channel, they stayed in the same place for Hurricane Ian, and where I was with that forecast of the storm surge with that storm, where I am standing on this pool deck here, the storm surge got up to about 5 feet. So I'm about 5'6", so that would come up to about my chin. Of course, Ian making landfall just a little bit north of Fort Myers Beach. Still not sure where Milton will end up making landfall, but regardless, we know we'll be on the south side of that, and we know that that is going to bring us hours of storm surge, of possibly hurricane force winds, and we've already seen that tornado potential realized across the state of Florida. Where we are here, just to give you kind of the lay of the land, so this is San Carlos Bay that you see out here off to my west. If you continued across San Carlos Bay, that would take us to Sanibel, to also Captiva as well. Both of those places saw double-digit storm surge during Ian, and the forecast is 8 to 12 feet with Milton. We are hoping that is not realized, but I will tell you right now, the wind for most of this region has been more southeasterly, so we're only seeing some of that storm surge realized in certain places that catch the push of water from a southeasterly wind. But Dr. Nab, once these winds switch around to more of a westerly direction as we're heading into the nighttime hours and overnight, and then again as we're headed toward high tide, that's around 4:30, 5 o'clock for Fort Myers Beach, for Sanibel Island as well. I think that's when we're really going to start to see some of those worst storm surge possibilities realized, Dr. Nab, because you've got that onshore flow of the wind, and you're also approaching high tide. So this could really be catastrophic once again for this area.
Yeah, Felicia, you're exactly right that the timing of onshore flow with astronomical high tide, that is the way that you maximize the storm surge values that have been forecast. Now, Milton is a Category 3 hurricane. It is sheared, it is weakening, but it'll still be right near that major hurricane threshold when it comes ashore in a few hours, right near, maybe just south of the opening to Tampa Bay itself. It's moving northeast at 17, although it is expected to slow down and turn to the right before too much longer, and those details will determine where the exact landfall location is. But this is a very north-loaded storm because of the southwesterly wind shear. Look at how much rain is on that north side. There will still be tremendous onshore flow here on the south side, but the rain and the wind on the north side will be noticeable. That northern eye wall is extremely active. So center going to come ashore, say 10, 11 o'clock tonight or so. This is a little bit after midnight, and this is tomorrow afternoon. So it's going to take about 12 hours to cross the Florida Peninsula, and because of the size of the storm, it continues to grow in horizontal size. Huge area under hurricane warning. You're going to get hurricane conditions south of and north of the track. Because of the way the structure is changing, this is not going to be necessarily the case where it's just the right side, or the south side in this case, that is the worst. Storm surge warnings still up for both coastlines, especially here Melbourne northward on the east coast, because that's where the onshore flow side on the north side will be. Now, some of these numbers have come down. Some of these numbers have changed pretty much not at all. This is still, this purple zone, expected to be the greatest area of storm surge, but look at how high, double digit all the way down into the Fort Myers Beach area possible, and Tampa Bay still expecting somewhere in that zone, 6 to 9 feet of saltwater flooding, and the Atlantic coast will get surge as it's departing. And here is a really big part of the story tonight that could cause life-threatening and damaging flooding, not just in coastal areas, but across the I-4 corridor and for a good distance both north and south of there. High risk of the rain-induced flooding. So here's the trough that has come in to cause this system to be sheared, but it's also interacting with a frontal zone. So that is why we're going to have so much heavy rain, and this is why it's so north-loaded and why we've got so much wind on the north side of it. And this is, because of the frontal interaction and all of the moisture and instability and low-level wind shear on the east side of this, that's why we've got that convergence of heavy rainfall on the northern side, and while we've got the severe weather going on today, we've had all kinds of tornado warnings, got lots of flash flood warnings. This is just the beginning of really serious flash flood warnings. This tornado watch goes till 9 o'clock. So how many reasons do you need to not be on the roads tonight? There's the low-level wind shear, the change of wind speed and direction with height on the east side. So that is just one of the many hazards that is extending hundreds of miles away from the center of circulation. But where the center is, it's a beam of Venice, Florida right now, and the winds are obviously already strong in the Tampa Bay area. St. Petersburg gusting to 58, Sarasota to 48, and then just to the east of where the center is, Venice is gusting to 48, and when we've got plenty of onshore flow there all the way down into Naples that is gusting to 58 miles an hour. But Jackie, if we had to, kind of guess where landfall will occur, and while we look at the winds way inland, looks like right near the mouth of the Tampa Bay, or maybe just south of there, in about 5 hours or so. But that is just going to be the beginning of that rain and wind event inland over central Florida.
Yeah, it's going to be a long night tonight and a long day tomorrow as well for a lot of these folks. Now, one of the big hazards you mentioned, Dr. Nab, is tropical tornadoes, and we've already had plenty of those today. This is some video of a tornado actually crossing over a bridge in Matlacha, Florida. We've had quite a number of tornadoes that have actually touched down and have caused some damage. There have been more than 50 warnings issued today between the National Weather Service in Miami and into Melbourne. And we still have active warnings ongoing right now, some of which have observed tornadoes with them. And it's really been this outer band right here where most of the activity has been throughout the day today. We're officially experiencing a tornado outbreak because of Milton. So I want to start you out here just west of Fort Pierce, where St. Lucie County is under a tornado warning. That's until 5:15 here. We've got a big hook signature and a very strong sign here of winds moving in opposite directions. So these are the winds moving towards the radar. These are the winds moving away from the radar, inferring that counterclockwise rotation within that area. And that's very near Interstate 95. Very unsafe to be traveling or outdoors at all in that location. Now, Palm Beach County also under a tornado warning. This one is observed. There was a confirmed tornado very near Loxahatchee Groves. This is moving in a northerly direction, so it's moved north of there now. That's the area of concern that I just circled here. So this is going to be tracking just to the west of Palm Beach Gardens and potentially working its way on up towards Delta and into Hobie Sound. So a lot of times tropical tornadoes will weaken a little bit, but these have been incredibly strong. That area that I just circled right there, that's what we call a tornado debris signature, where something other than raindrops is getting lofted into the air. So that is a likely, it could be structures, it could be grass and trees and that kind of thing, but something other than rain is being lofted, and that's a radar confirmed tornado there. Now I want to take you up towards the Orlando area because there was a tornado warning that was in effect there just moments ago. That's been allowed to expire. The rotation has weakened significantly, but we'll continue to monitor this area for additional threats as you remain under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight. So speaking of Orlando, we're still dealing with some flash flooding, especially on the south side of Orlando, where that risk is significant right now. Our Justin Michaels is live there right now. Justin, you've been here all day. How bad has it been when it comes to the rainfall, and are you seeing any water standing anywhere?
Not where we are. We're right around the corner from City Hall, kind of in downtown Orlando. I did hear your report there that there's some flooding to the south of where we are. As far as that tornado warning that just expired here, our team was not waiting around to see it expire. We were actually downtown near Lake Eola, several blocks from where we are. We came back to our hotel out of an abundance of caution because you just cannot mess around with tornadoes. You just can't do it. And in fact, if a warning pops up over your house, like we know we have warnings right now, you need to get to the most center part of your home. I always like to say as far away from the outside as possible. No exterior walls, no windows. Be right in the middle of your house, under a staircase, in a closet, wherever you can get as far away from outside as possible. But it's really nice for Orlando that that warning has expired. As far as traffic, you can see a few cars going through, but by and large, not like what we would have experienced here on a normal day without a hurricane coming through. I-4 is right here, and I-4 certainly would have had a ton of traffic coming off of it and coming through this intersection. Right now, there's only one car here right now and maybe one or two more coming up the street, but by and large, people are heeding the warnings to stay in. People have been off the streets all day, and in fact, as we were driving to our live shot location earlier today, we didn't see many cars. We saw few to no people for blocks as we went through Orlando, and that was hours ago. The number of the people that we did see has diminished since then, so that is the best thing we can tell you, is to stay inside. Emergency managers are telling people to stay inside. And remember, this is a part of the country where people have evacuated to from the coast. This is where they came. So all 120,000 hotel rooms in the greater Orlando area, well, for the most part, they're all taken. The airport is closed. All of the theme parks like Disney and Universal, they're closed. Hollywood Horror Nights, it was shut down for the next several days, which is a big event this time of the year. Of course, we're getting close to Halloween. So everything, Jackie, has really ground to a halt here for all the right reasons. And luckily, Jackie, I know you're going to another tornado warning. Yeah. By and large, people are staying in here in this part of the country. Jackie, into you.
That's good. That's what they need to do for sure, and stay there for the duration of this event. We want to get the latest of what's going on right now in terms of multiple tornado warnings that are in effect. Justin, we know that there is a confirmed tornado very near Fort Pierce. And as we take a look at this live camera, you can kind of see that lowering on the very far right-hand side of your screen. That may very well be the tornado. It's difficult to tell for sure, but that would be my hunch. I know that it was last spotted at State Road 70 and the Florida Turnpike. So this is what it looks like on Doppler radar. If you take a look at that little circle area, that is what we call a debris ball on reflectivity mode. It matches up with where we see the winds moving in opposite directions here. Again, this is just north and west of Fort Pierce, and this also matches up with a big dropout or a tornado debris signature correlation coefficient, which allows us to see kind of the size of what's being detected out there by our radar. So we know that that is not raindrops, that that's something much bigger that has a much higher level of reflectivity. So get to your tornado safe place. This is a considerable threat. Indian River and St. Lucie counties just to the north and west of Fort Pierce, heading on up towards the Lakewood area and on up towards Vero Beach. Thank you, Lakewood Park. Thanks, Dalton. All right, Dr. Knabb, really serious tornado threat. We expect that's going to continue here for the next couple of hours, unfortunately.
And that's just one of the reasons to be off the roads. The other is the wind and flood threat over a large area of central Florida. So this is going to be a north of track heavy rainfall event. And it's really focused heavily on the Interstate 4 corridor. And locally, some of you could get up to a foot and a half of rainfall. So don't look at the cone to determine where you think the problems are going to be. It's not just going to be right of track. A lot of this is going to be north loaded. This is a high risk evening and overnight. These are the days that have the fatalities and that have the damage caused to flooding, even if this was the only hazard we were dealing with. And this will last past sunrise tomorrow as the onshore flow from the departing hurricane continues the heavy rainfall. And some of this will happen where you've got saltwater flooding as it goes to the coastline. So these high-risk days and nights have so many of the deaths and so much of the damage. So this could be a really significant inland flood event, and we've already got a lot of flash flood warnings. It's a combination of the hurricane and the front that it is interacting with. And look at this front up in here, and look at all this moisture coming into central Florida. So that's why that zone is already raining heavily. We already have flash flood warnings here south of I-4, and these are all going to be spreading northward. And as the hurricane comes across this zone, the duration of the heavy rainfall will be very significant. Look at the heavy rain that is kind of between the center of the hurricane and the frontal boundary, and then the hurricane turns right and slows down, and the heaviness and the duration of the rain just between now and midnight will be significant, and then the center goes right to the south of there, and it continues raining heavily all night long. So we've got to not drive across any water-covered roads, and a lot of folks would be recommended and have been given the option in places like Jacksonville and Orlando to park your car on an elevated surface in a parking garage. Felicia, this is a water problem that will be going from coast to coast in addition to the saltwater flooding from the storm surge.
That's right, Dr. Knapp. That's why you see those, especially barrier islands and coastal cities, issuing those mandatory evacuations. The Fort Myers police telling everyone to shelter in place at this point. They don't want people out running around. And once that wind direction shifts, you see San Carlos Bay here off to my west. Once we get more of a westerly wind, we're going to see that storm surge potential starting to go up. Storm surge is going to be one of the big stories out of Milton that lasts for years.
Breaking right now, a large and dangerous tornado has been confirmed just to the north and west of Fort Pierce. This has been confirmed by the public, and it is producing damage. We're getting reports right now that significant damage from the National Weather Service. They're reporting may have just occurred in Lakewood Park. This is the area of concern. This is a band that has been producing, basically training supercells, if you will, and this is heading towards Vero Beach right now. Indian River and St. Lucie counties are under a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning until 5:30. You can see the big hook signature right here. It is just south of Vero Beach right now. It is to the east of Interstate 95 and bearing down on Florida Ridge as we speak. If you live in Florida Ridge, you need to be in your tornado safe place in Vero Beach. If you're not there, you need to get there right now. Take this storm seriously. It has been on the ground for a while now and producing damage. This should be arriving in Vero Beach around 5:26, heading towards Gifford after that, and then Indian River Shores following that. And I know Indian River Shores has already been hit with a tornado earlier today, so this one is moving in on the heels of that one. And there you can see the debris signature that's right across Highway 1 right now. It is just over Florida Ridge. We'll continue to monitor the tornado threat as that's going to be ongoing through the rest of this evening and into tonight. But right now we want to get to our Justin Michaels, who is in Orlando, Florida, where they also have a threat of tornadoes. But Justin, we're very concerned about flooding in Orlando. I know Orlando got hit very hard by Irma back in 2017 when it came to flooding, and people lost their lives. Rescues had to take place. I'm concerned that flooding is going to be a big issue there tonight.
And things are just kicking off, really, in the scheme of this hurricane impacting the central part of Florida. Of course, we're hours away from landfall, even more hours away from when the bulk of the storm will come through here, and already flooding rains are falling. Let's talk to Orlando Mayor Buddy Dyer. Mayor, we're grateful for your time. I know you're in the EOC. Sir, as far as the early stages of this hurricane impacting your city and all the people who live in it, whether they're full-time residents or just temporary residents, tell us, how is Orlando faring so far?
Well, you've been with us, you know we're getting the feeder bands already, and it's been a lot of rainfall, heavy rain, so the grounds are saturated. Our Public Works Department lowered all the lakes as low as we could take them before the start of this, but we're anticipating quite a bit of rain. On par with what we had with Ian a few years ago, so we're definitely going to get localized flooding before this is all over. And we didn't have high winds the last time we had rain during a hurricane event, so this will be a little different, kind of a combination of Charlie, which had 90-mile-an-hour winds, and Ian, which poured a lot of water on us. So this is probably going to be the most serious event we've had, at least while I've been mayor. That's been 20 years.
Mr. Mayor, tell me, because this storm primarily is going to be impacting this part of Florida, most of Florida, as it goes across over the course of this night, meaning we have a night-falling hurricane, and also the potential for severe weather, tornadic activity. In fact, I know you well know we just had a tornado warning very close to Orlando just expire, and more of those could come up. Your request of people as we go through this very dangerous night here.
Well, it's time to be safe and at home. Unless you have an emergency, there's no reason to go back out on the roads tonight. We're going to be here till probably close to noon tomorrow, so it's time to ride the storm out. I'm anticipating that a large percentage of our population is probably going to wake up tomorrow without power. We know that OUC, that's our utility company, are set and prepared to do what's necessary to restore that power. But just, I think we've been warning people for the past week that there's a good chance that that's going to happen. Certainly there's going to be downed trees. Right. There's going to be traffic signals that are out. There's going to be localized flooding. So we know that most of the injuries in these events come after the storm has passed. So I encourage everybody to be prudent and be safe after the storm.
All right, Mayor Buddy Dyer, we are grateful for your time, sir. I know you have a busy night tonight. Of course, we'll do everything we can to help you with information live here on the Weather Channel. Thank you very much, sir. It's good to talk with you again. And you heard the mayor talk about power outages, and power outages are certainly a all but guarantee for probably millions of people over the course of this night. I know power outages are already mounting, and we're not just talking about a few hours without power. We're talking about long-term, widespread power outages. As we go to a commercial break here on the Weather Channel, Milton is making its way towards the Florida coast and impacting so many people here in Florida. We will have more live coverage all night to keep you informed and safe.
Welcome back into Storm Center. Thanks for sticking with us here on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs, coming to you from the Fort Myers area, where we are expecting yet another historic amount of storm surge, another historic storm to impact us here. It was just a couple weeks ago when Florida was bracing for Helene to make impact, and across this region of southwest Florida, even though Helene made landfall well away from us in the Big Bend region, some places saw feet of storm surge and they've still been cleaning up across southwest Florida from the damage that Helene did. And then, of course, a couple years ago, we had Hurricane Ian that left this exact spot where I'm standing, with water that would be up to about my chin right now. So the storm surge of that storm is still in recent memory. If you look off to my west here, we're kind of right on San Carlos Bay. We've been watching what the water is doing just offshore. I will tell you that we've been pretty lucky in terms of wind direction thus far, because thus far the wind direction has been more of a south-southeasterly direction. So it's not that southwesterly or westerly direction that would push this water of the bay up toward us, or the water that's well out beyond the bay of the Gulf of Sanibel Island and Captiva up against those islands. So we are still seeing some reports of flooding that's already happening across this area. I've seen images coming out of Fort Myers Beach where the water's already coming up there. And the crazy part about this is we are hours away from reaching the peak of what that storm surge could be. We're going to get this wind direction to switch around to more of an onshore flow up and down the coast, more of that westerly direction. And then we're going to head toward high tide, which is around 4:35 a.m. for some of these places. That's still going to be that onshore flow. So I do think even as we're heading into Thursday morning, well after Milton has made landfall, that's where we're going to see that storm surge still coming up across this region. We've had multiple tornado warnings as well. In fact, right where we are in Punta Rasa, we had a tornado warning. We were under a tornado warning storm. Dr. Nab, we've already had well over or into the tropical storm force wind category here. Those winds are going to continue picking up. So this is, just kind of the beginning of it. Conditions are going to continue to worsen across southwest Florida. Dr. Nab.
Absolutely. And the landfall of the center of the hurricane is still a few hours away, so we're going to have southwest onshore flow into the Gulf Coast of Florida from the Tampa Bay area southward for hours and hours to come. Going to come ashore very close to the mouth of the Tampa Bay at that Cat 2-3 threshold as it starts to turn to the right, and this will be a significant inland event. Wind and water at the coast and inland, both south of and north of the track. This is not going to be just along and to the right of the track. Look how far north those hurricane warnings go. And the storm surge is going to maximize in that zone in between Tampa Bay and Port Charlotte. That's the zone, the Venice, the Sarasota, that zone where somewhere in there, 9 to 13 feet of saltwater flooding, but double-digit surge could go even farther south from there. Again, we're coming out of low tide a few hours ago, headed toward high tide after midnight, but the onshore flow with increasing astronomical tide over the next few hours will send those numbers up. We don't have gauges there in between Tampa Bay and Port Charlotte, and right now we're still blowing offshore in Tampa Bay itself. But this is one of the biggest concerns. From the Gulf Coast to the east coast of central Florida, a high risk of what could be life-threatening and damaging flooding. This sheared hurricane is becoming more and more north-loaded because there's a frontal boundary that it is interacting with. So that's why this is going to be so north-loaded. The southwesterly shear and the presence of that front is really already starting to bring that moisture and instability northward into all of this rain to the north. But of course, the instability and the low-level wind shear to the east of the center, Jackie, has produced a tornado outbreak.
Yes, and we've got multiple tornadoes that have been confirmed on the ground right now on the east coast here of Florida. And we want to start out with the most dangerous storm that has been causing some damage for Indian River County this morning until 5:45. This is just to the north and east of Vero Beach. It's just about right over A1A. And we have a tornado debris signature. It looks like that's moved just a little farther to the north, very near Indian River shores. That's over the highway. It's working its way over water, so pretty soon we should get a little bit of a break on that one, and that one should be allowed to expire. Now, south of there, we have another observed tornado in Martin and St. Lucie counties. This is north of Stewart, just to the north and west of Jensen Beach, and just to the east of Port St. Lucie. This is heading towards Indian River Estates, and that should be arriving there around 5:43. That is a confirmed tornado also that has caused some damage. And then we have another tornado warning right in here, very near Hobie Sound. And a tornado watch will remain in effect across much of central and southern Florida tonight. We want to go right to the White House right now, where moments ago President Biden delivered remarks on Hurricane Milton.
Hurricane Milton is expected to make landfall on the west coast of Florida, the western coast of Florida. Already we're seeing impacts from the storm, including significant winds and heavy rain. And there's also been frequent and widespread tornado warnings throughout the day, and they're continuing and expected to expand as Milton moves over land, including a few that have already touched down in South Florida. Currently, Milton is a Category 3 with wind speeds up to 120 miles per hour. But no one should be confused. It's still expected to be one of the most and worst destructive hurricanes to hit Florida in over a century. You know, both the heads of the National Hurricane Center and the National Weather Service made it very clear in conversations I've had with them earlier today. Milton still carries incredible destructiveness, can wipe out communities, can cause loss of life. Storm surge is still expected to be up to 13 feet. So I urge everyone in Hurricane Milton's path to listen to local officials and follow all the safety instructions they give. At this point, evacuation is probably difficult, so I encourage people to look for safer shelter. Sometimes moving just a few miles can mean the difference between life and death. We've already approved emergency declarations for Florida. We have thousands of federal personnel on the ground. We've staged and are ready to go. We have 20 million meals, 40 million liters of water. At my direction, the Secretary of Defense, Austin, has pre-positioned search and rescue teams, helicopters, and high water speed vehicles as close to the storm as possible, so they're ready to conduct life-saving missions. And the administrator of FEMA will be on site tonight in Florida, and in the state's Emergency Operations Center. Both Administrator Criswell and I will be in constant contact with state and local officials in the hours ahead. Once the storm hits, we're going to work with state officials to clear debris, restore power, and do it as fast as possible. The Army Corps of Engineers will pump out water and decrease flooding. We've already directed the Department of Defense to be ready to provide active duty service members to support Florida after the storm surge if Governor DeSantis requests the help, which I expect he might, just like we did in North Carolina. I have surged over 1,000 U.S. Coast Guard personnel to perform search and rescue missions and reopen the port of Tampa as soon as possible. Now, I want to reiterate a point I made clear earlier today to the folks who have been impacted by Helene. This impact, and will be now impacted by Milton. Over the last few weeks, there's been reckless and irresponsible and relentless promotion of disinformation and outright lies about what's going on. It's undermining confidence in the people in Florida and incredible rescue and recovery work that has been undertaken. Literally, there are thousands of fellow Americans who are putting their lives at stake and putting on the line to do the dangerous work that needs to be done now. And it's harmful to those who most need the help. Quite frankly, these lies are un-American, and there is simply no place for them. Not now, not ever. Former President Trump has led this onslaught of lies. Assertions have been made that property is being confiscated. That's simply not true. They're saying people impacted by these storms will receive $750 in cash and no more. That is simply not true either. They're saying that money needed for these crises are being diverted to migrants. What the heck are they talking about? Stop it. It's outrageous. It's just not true. Now the claims are getting even more bizarre. Marjorie Taylor Greene, the congresswoman from Georgia, is now saying the federal government is literally controlling the weather. We're controlling the weather. It's beyond ridiculous. It's so stupid. It's got to stop. Let me close with this. As difficult as these days and weeks have been, we've seen incredible courage by so many of our fellow Americans. I want to thank all the first responders for running toward danger instead of away from it, for saving lives and making a difference. FEMA personnel risking their lives, climbing on hillsides to reach people who cut off by Helene. Army National Guard flying through the gale wind force that it's amazing what they're doing. Firefighters lifting collapsed wood and metal in an attempt to see if there are survivors, any survivors under the debris, risking their lives. Coast Guard teams rappelling from helicopters to rescue people and risking their own lives. And there are countless friends and neighbors who have sacrificed for the greater good. Volunteers leaving their own families behind to help search for someone else's family. Fellow Americans looking out for one another. That's America at its very best. That's who we are. So my final message tonight is to the people of Florida and all the impacted states. We've got your back. We've got your back. And Kamala and I will be there for as long as it takes to rescue, recover, and rebuild. May God bless you all, and may God protect those serving in the eye of this storm on behalf of our nation. Thank you.
Why do you think Trump is spreading misinformation? Why do you think former President Trump has spreading misinformation to President Putin during the height of the pandemic? Do you have a comment, sir? Why do you think Trump is
un-American?
Why do you think Trump is spreading misinformation?
I don't know. I simply don't know. You can speculate, but I just find it, I've used the phrase more than I've used it ever in my whole career, un-American. It's un-American. It's not who the hell we are. What are they talking about?
Sir, have you considered calling him and asking him to stop doing that? To stop spreading it?
Oh, come on.
Mr. President, does Governor DeSantis need to take Vice President Harris's calls?
All I can tell you is I'm talking to Governor DeSantis. He's been very gracious. He's thanked me for all we've done. He knows what we're doing, and I think that's important.
Can you say that Florida has everything it needs for this storm?
We've been listening to President Joe Biden address the country and talking about preparedness and getting ready for the aftermath of Hurricane Milton, that the resources are there and that they're available to help people. And they're going to do that until every last person has had the help that he needed. He also addressed some false information rumors and talked a little bit about that and encouraged people. Of course, Dr. Nab, we want to encourage people as well to make sure that they know their sources, where they get their information, because it's really important, and getting correct, accurate information saves lives. That's what we're here to do at the Weather Channel. So make sure you check that, whether you get that on social media, whether you get that on television, no matter where it is. So let's give that to folks, shall we? We've got the latest now on Milton.
Yeah, and I'm going to explain what's going to be happening, not just at the coast and inland, so why local officials are telling people to park their cars in parking garages, get them elevated, stay off the roads because of both wind and water hazards that are already spreading from the Gulf Coast across inland areas of central and southern and northern Florida, for that matter, in different ways, all the way to the East Coast. We are, say, 4 hours away, plus or minus, from landfall of the center, but we've already got dangerous weather that is getting even worse in the west central portion of the Florida Peninsula. And this purple zone is where we're expecting the highest storm surge, but high values in Tampa Bay and well to the south of landfall, because that's where the onshore flow is going to be. And in those coastal areas, you could have a combination of saltwater flooding and freshwater flooding due to rainfall, and then a high risk of what could be damaging and life-threatening flooding all night long, all into early tomorrow morning, that will spread across central Florida into the East Coast areas of Cape Canaveral, Daytona. So this is going to be a problem within the cone, south of the cone, and well north of the cone. So the cone isn't going to help you at all to understand where the hazards are. So let's focus on those. Hurricane warning over a significant part of the Florida Peninsula. You don't want to be in a mobile home. You don't want to be on the roads, and you want to be sheltering like you would for a tornado during the height of the storm. The winds of tropical storm force are already on land. The strongest winds are still offshore, but look at how this will be spending about 12 hours over land as a hurricane the entire time, and it won't be until well into tomorrow morning that the strong winds start to leave. So the center of circulation is west of Venice, Florida, and the northeastern and northern part of the circulation getting into the Sarasota, Bradenton, close to the Tampa Bay areas. We got flash flood warnings there in the coast. And look at how the flash flood problem is expanding I-4 southward between I-4 and Lake Okeechobee. You've got a flash flood warning in Ocala right now. So because of that and all the tornado threat, especially farther to the East Coast, you need to be off the roads on the Florida Peninsula tonight. St. Petersburg is gusted to 63, Sarasota to 52, but those winds will be getting stronger and stronger as the evening goes on. Orlando Airport's gusting to 43, and we've got strong winds even in the absence of tornadoes all the way to the East Coast. But farther down the coast, now we're not going to have storm surge observations in this zone from gauges, but that's where the greatest storm surge flooding is going to be, because there's the eye of the hurricane, and here is where the greatest onshore push is going to be. But we've already had onshore flow into southwestern Florida. Naples has gusted over 50 miles an hour, and we have increasing water levels near the coast and up rivers. And we're coming out of low tide. Not going to go to high tide till tomorrow morning early, but we're going to have a tremendous onshore push continuing into Collier County, into Lee County, where our Felicia Combs is in the Fort Myers area. Maybe not as much rainfall down in your part of the state, but you certainly are going to be continuing to get the wind and the onshore flow with the storm surge problems.
That's right, Dr. Nab. And the crazy part about where we are, actually, we've had winds kind of persistently out of the south-southeast or more of an easterly direction. So you may notice that there is storm surge coming up around me. I just showed you about an hour ago this pier. You want to swing around and show the pier, Mark, because now the pier is just completely covered. That is just a good gauge at how the water levels are coming up. But I will tell you, the flow toward, or the westerly flow has not kicked in yet. So what we're seeing here is just kind of a byproduct of what direction the coast is facing. That's where you get your storm surge concerns from. What direction is the coast facing? Do you have an east-west facing coast, or is it more north and south? And then in what direction is the wind coming in? Because the wind is what makes the storm surge. The wind is what creates that energy that pushes those waves on shore. We've got the water coming up here where we are. Obviously, this water shouldn't be here. But what's going to eventually happen after Milton makes landfall, that's going to be obviously closer to midnight later tonight, we're going to start to see those winds come more westerly, so more southwesterly, and then eventually more westerly. That's happening as we head into the overnight, heading toward a high tide, 4:30, 5 o'clock. Those winds are going to be kicking as well, so we're really going to see these conditions continue to deteriorate. But what I don't want people to do, and what I'm concerned about, is that they're going to hear that Milton made landfall, and they might think, oh, well, we're out of the woods, Milton made landfall, now it's lifting northeastward and away from us. But we are going to realize the worst part of the storm surge as we head through the overnight hours and toward high tide tomorrow morning here across southwest Florida. You're going to have that onshore push of water. We're going to have hours of it, and they're going to be very persistent, strong winds. I mean, we've already had well into tropical storm force winds. We're going to see hurricane force winds as well. Power outages are going to continue to climb, and that storm surge is going to keep coming up. I mean, we've had reports out of Fort Myers Beach that we're seeing of that tidal rise already. Places in Naples are seeing some of that tidal rise coming up. And this is heading away from low tide. I mean, we're hours away from high tide in some of these places. So as you can see here all around me, it's all about what direction that coast is relative to that push of wind on the water. We say it all the time, energy can't be created or destroyed. It just kind of can be redistributed. And that's what we see in the form of storm surge, with this wind energy translating into wave energy, which becomes the storm surge. It's not that long ago. 2 years is not that far removed from Hurricane Ian, where just across San Carlos Bay from where we are right now, we saw 13 feet of storm surge on Sanibel Island, Captiva up over 12 feet, Fort Myers Beach around 12 feet as well. So that is in people's recent memory, Jackie. And then, of course, Helene, just a couple weeks ago, that passed hundreds or over 100 miles away from us, made landfall in the Big Bend area, and we still had enough storm surge to dislodge boats in the Charlotte Harbor and leave them still sitting in neighborhoods, which is one of the concerns for people around here.
Yes, conditions continuing to deteriorate there. Thanks so much, Felicia Combs. We want to get the latest right now, what's happening with the severe weather associated with Milton in terms of tornadoes. We've had many, many warnings all day long. This started this morning and is still ongoing. The good news is that we no longer have any confirmed tornadoes that are producing damage at the moment, but we still have multiple warnings. It's been very active all within this band. This is our biggest area of concern right now. And notice that there are more cells which are developing south of there that are going to be feeding back in. So some of these areas are going to be hit more than once. So we'll start out with the newest warning. This is for parts of Brevard County, including Cocoa into the Cocoa Beach area, Port St. John, as well as into Rockledge. Doppler radar is indicating some rotation here. This is off to the east of Interstate 95. It's not a very strong signature. It's a little bit broad, but we've had rotation offshore. In fact, the area that I just circled there, that rotation actually looks better. And these are moving in as water spouts potentially and working their way inland. So you're coming in from more of a southeasterly direction and then moving up towards the south and west. So it could be crossing Interstate 95 with time. Merritt Island, 5:58 is the time it would be arriving, and Port St. John at 6:10 following after that. Now, this area has already been hit by a tornado. We had damage very likely just to the north and west of Fort Pierce. St. Lucie County under a tornado warning now again until 6 o'clock, and that's for this area of rotation. That's a little bit newer, moving back into the area. There's also a flash flood warning in effect there, and then a tornado warning for parts of Martin County, including you in Hobie Sound until 6:15. A tornado watch in effect across this whole area.
Landfall is 8 to 10. What does that mean?
The latest on Hurricane Milton, a very powerful Category 3 storm packing winds of 120 miles per hour, closing in on the west central coast of Florida. We want to get right to our Felicia Combs that's in Fort Myers. Felicia, storm surge is on the rise there.
That's right, Jackie. Sorry, we are getting in place here. Sorry about that, guys. Working fluid situation as we're continuing to cover this storm. Storm surge where we are, we still actually do not have the onshore push of wind from the westerly direction that would really raise the storm surge exactly where we are here in this location like we saw from Hurricane Ian. But because we are surrounded by water, pretty much anywhere where you're getting that onshore push from those south-southeasterly winds, that means the water is rising. So that means that in some places we are seeing water rise, like portions of Fort Myers Beach, portions of Naples as well. We're seeing some of those tides come up just a little bit. But here, exactly where we are, 2 years ago during Hurricane Ian, the water right here from San Carlos Bay got up to about 5 feet. So I'm about 5'6". That would be what, about up to my chin. So once those winds switch around to more of a westerly direction, we will watch as that storm surge begins to increase across this region. I think everyone has been watching this kind of with bated breath as Helene passed well to the west of us here in Fort Myers and west of southwest Florida, making landfall in the Big Bend region about a little over 2 weeks ago or so. And that still brought water rises around southwest Florida. So places like Naples, places like Charlotte Harbor, where you had that storm surge. So I really think a lot of people took this very seriously, but because Helene was, not expected to be nearly as intense as Milton will be for this region. So a lot of people evacuated. Lee County, as well as the Fort Myers police, are asking people to shelter in place at this point. They're saying the roads are just too dangerous. Now, what you may notice from my shot is that it's not really raining, and we really haven't seen much rain since that first very intense rain band moved through. That created all the tornado warnings. But what is happening is the winds are breezy. We've had well into tropical storm force winds. And the water is coming up not in a direction from the west, but we're still seeing some water rise. San Carlos Bay out to the west. If you go far enough out, that takes you to Sanibel Island and Captiva. And then, of course, beyond that is the Gulf of Mexico. And when you get that onshore flow from the west, that's when you start to see that push into where we are around Fort Myers, even more Fort Myers Beach. That's something we'll have to be concerned about, especially if we're getting closer to landfall. So, of course, landfall expected overnight. That is going to pick those winds up. That's going to make them even stronger, and that is going to switch our wind direction, and that is going to increase our storm surge threat as well. So I don't want people to kind of become complacent after landfall and think, oh, landfall is over. Once landfall happens, that's when we're going to have some of the best push of storm surge across southwest Florida, because those winds are going to be more onshore, and that is going to push that storm surge farther in. So that flooding risk will not be over until well into tomorrow morning. And Paul, a lot of people watching this storm as it's going to traverse the entire state of Florida. We're going to be in this for hours and hours, and still not a pinpoint location of where exactly we think that the landfall will be, which will make all the difference in the impacts that we get here across the west coast of Florida.
Definitely, for sure, but it's coming, and it's coming quickly as well. At least 17 miles per hour. Just through the calculation, we'll probably see that center, the closest pass here in Sarasota, Florida, coming up within the next 3 to 4 hours here. So we're in the thick of it. The weather will only get worse and go downhill. Felicia Combs is about, say, 50, 60 miles to the south of me, and we are just south of the Tampa area, kind of considered still part of the Tampa Bay area, but still we are south of the opening of the Tampa Bay area, and looks like the center line will come just on that southern tip of the opening of Tampa Bay. So we could be within, say, 2 to maybe 10 miles of the actual eye coming over here. And as Felicia mentioned, we're going to deal with a lighter rain on the south side of that center. The heaviest rain continues to be streaming around the center, east and north as well. So here in Sarasota, we came from Clearwater Beach earlier this morning, and it was just dumping rain. We're picking up 5+ inches of rain as of last hour. I haven't picked up and measured how much we got between 4 and 6 o'clock now, but still the rain is coming down, and we were probably the last vehicles that got over the Sunshine Skyway Bridge this morning because they closed that earlier. Florida DOT was expecting to close it in the afternoon, but they closed it mid to late morning because the winds were just that strong, and it only continued to get stronger and stronger and stronger as we've seen a lot of rain fall from the sky. We're also keeping an eye on the water here as we still have that storm surge warning. You can see behind me the boats are rocking. The ones that are still here in the water, they are sometimes doubled and triple moored here. But the concern is there's a park not too far away. You actually can see boats that were kind of launched onto the land from Helene 2 weeks ago today. So storm surge is something that got a lot of people up and out of here because of all the record surge we had with Helene just 2 weeks ago. But this is also going to cause bigger concerns in other areas that kind of almost like a catcher's mitt, like Charlotte Harbor. Our Jim Cantori is there right now. And Jim, you guys could see, unfortunately, the worst case of this surge realized, maybe 10+ feet of surge there in the Port Charlotte area.
Yeah, we're in that 8 to 12 area, Paul. You're exactly right, and that's what we're looking at. This is Charlotte Harbor, by the way. Just an absolute wash tub. You're looking out there to the left, which is the Peace River Bridge. All right, but again, this thing is absolutely rocking right now with the winds at times gusting at 50 miles per hour. So we're at the Sunseeker. Okay, this is a huge area. This is a beautiful, waterfront oasis here with about 800 rooms in it. They've shut down, but they've let us use their facility to show you, what happened. They had Helene impacts here. They had over 6 feet of surge, and a lot of this area that we're standing in is underwater. So we're going to move up as we go, and here's what I'm going to do. Again, you see where I'm at. You see the water already splashing over. This is one of our storm cameras right here. You see that? We're going to be able to show you why we went upstairs and why we went up to another level by showing you in through here. You can already see the water is coming into the parking garage. Look at it. It's already coming into the parking garage. So, Brad, go ahead and turn around and pull a 180, and you can show everybody what's going on the other side of this. It's starting to fill up, and it will continue to do so in through here. But this is the surge coming in. So the whole front parking lot, really, they built this to have water from a situation like this underneath it, okay? And the water comes in, the water goes out. The last time the water came in with Helene, just a couple of weeks ago, it cost this place $1.9 million to clean up. And think about this. It had to cancel big, parties and companies that come in and bring their meetings and things like that to a place like this. And that's, millions of dollars, obviously, that they lose. But here's the deal. We want you to be safe from the surge. We want you to get out of the surge, and hopefully you are, because now it's almost getting too late. You saw what Felicia's got going on. You see what's happening here in Charlotte Harbor, Punta Gorda, across the other side, and then eventually up toward Venice. This thing is only 50 miles offshore right now, and it's closing in pretty fast. I want to bring in Dr. Rick Knabb. And Rick, we talked about Helene and the size of that circulation. The center of Helene going into Steinhatchee, but they still had 6 feet of surge here. The fact that this is smaller, but the center coming in farther south, do we get an equal or above that in terms of the surge? Do you think?
There is the potential to get more than what you got in Helene because of the overall size and the direction and the proximity to the center of circulation. But we're not going to know, Jim, what happens between Charlotte Harbor and Tampa Bay in terms of gauges, because there aren't any. So what really ends up happening here, we might not fully know until after the storm, and there can be some forensic analysis in various places because, as you know, storm surge flooding is so location dependent. But I think somebody is going to get more than what they got in Helene in the stretch of coastline you're in.
Well, we're going to stay southwest for the foreseeable future with the storm to our north. We know that's going to push the wind up into Charlotte Harbor. We go toward high tide tomorrow morning, early in the morning, where we'll still be southwest. The big question is where there'll be enough of a component to keep the water up and keep it rising. Usually, as you know, Doc, you get your maximum surge at the time of landfall, but we're going to keep the water up. So a lot of it's going to be sloshing around and beating things up. And like what I left you guys in Tampa Bay, okay, there are piles of debris here because homes were flooded. All right, homes were flooded. So that is going to be added to the equation, the debris sloshing around, possibly even causing more damage than the water itself. All right, guys, we'll keep you posted here. Right now, let's go back to the studio. We got tons of tornadoes out here today. Incredible tornadoes with this thing.
Yep, and Jackie's going to summarize in detail what is happening with the tornado situation that is still an ongoing outbreak. And the gauges are coming up. So we're in between low tide and high tide. So astronomical tide is going to be contributing more and more to increasing water levels gradually over the next several hours. So is the onshore push. And again, we've got a couple gauges down here south of where Jim is in Charlotte Harbor, but then we don't have any gauges in that zone and north of there. So the water may very well be getting higher than what you see at these two gauges, closer to where the center circulation is with the stronger onshore push, and we're no longer in low tide. So that's why, again, I say I think we're going to get higher values in that zone than what we got in Helene. Tampa Bay right now with the center still to your south, you still got offshore flow, maybe in some places even getting negative surge, but that will change as the center passes near the, just to the south of the mouth of the opening to Tampa Bay, and you start pushing some of that water across the bay, maybe toward the northern side. So that's why you still could get 6 to 9 feet in there. But this is that zone where, again, we're not going to have a gauge in that 9 to 13 forecast zone, but we think that's where we're going to get close to that double-digit saltwater flooding. So there's the center of circulation. And, on the path that it was on the direction it was moving at the time the advisory came out at 5 p.m. It looked like it might take till about 10 o'clock for it to come ashore and just south of the mouth of the opening to Tampa Bay. Recently, it has wobbled to the right a little bit. Is that the beginning of the bona fide turn to the right, or will it wobble back to the left a little bit? So it could be 4 hours, could be 3 hours or a little less between now and landfall, 9 o'clock plus or minus, moving at 15 miles an hour. It's about 45 miles off the coast and moving in that direction. And so this is the really strong wind part of it. It's really north loaded because of that southwesterly shear, and it's north loaded with the rain with that frontal boundary off to the north. So we already have strong winds in Tampa Bay, gusting to 61 at St. Petersburg with an offshore directed wind. Sarasota now gusting to 64. Even Lakeland gusting to 52 miles an hour, and all the way into Orlando, the winds are picking up that are over 30 miles an hour. But look at how strong the winds there are in Venice, gusting to 68. But the big problem, Jackie, is going to be inland areas. It's not just a Gulf Coast event. We're going to have the significant risk of flooding, and we've already had a number of damaging tornadoes.
We have. It's been very busy when it comes to tornadoes, and that's been ongoing all day long. You mentioned those wind speeds, which are starting to increase. We've got some of the peak gusts that have, been pushing 70 miles per hour already. That was in Fort Pierce. Marathon had wind gusts earlier today, just shy of 60 miles per hour. Now we've got a report of 92 mile per hour gusts. That was in Palm Beach Gardens, but that was very likely from the tornado. So let's talk about the tornado risk as we're getting reports of damage now in Fort Pierce. We've got reports of damage in Lakewood Park. Unfortunately, these tornadoes have been the real deal, and they have been very powerful. In fact, wedge-type tornadoes from supercells. So we do have a tornado watch that remains in effect here until 9 o'clock tonight. We still have some warnings, and it's been this outer band that has just been continuing to pump out the rotating storms, and unfortunately, it's been moving over some very populated areas. There's been some pretty good rotation here right now just to the east of Cocoa Beach in Brevard County until 6:15. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation very near Merritt Island, so it's just to the north of there, and these have been spinning. That area I just circled, that's another area of rotation just offshore, so these are going to be coming in as water spouts and working their way on land. So the area we're concerned about right now, heading heading towards Rockledge into Sharps and gradually working towards Port St. John around 6:18. Remember, shelter in an interior room away from doors and windows. Stay in that interior part with as many walls as you can between you and the outside of your home. Now, I want to take you and show you all the tornado reports that we've already had today. We've had them down here towards Fort Myers. We've had them up here towards Sebring. And of course, this big concentration. This has been an outbreak of tornadoes. And a lot of times our tropical tornadoes can be very transient and they develop very quickly. They tend to dissipate very quickly and often can just be very fleeting. That has not been the case today. We've had a lot of intense heating. We've got a ton of wind shear, which has brought significant tornadoes and unfortunately some damage. There are power outages. Those have been increasing. Those are up over 250,000, so 250,000 customers without power, but we know that's many, many more people. Want to get back out to Jim Cantori over there towards the Charlotte Harbor area. Of course, storm surge, the big concern there, Jim, that's just going to continue to go up here as landfall is imminent in the next couple of hours or so.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, too, when you look at the radar. The guidance was showing this over the past couple of days is it's pretty dry on the south side of this. So unlike what you're getting with flood warnings all across the state up to the north, we're going to be relatively dry. But as you can see, Charlotte Harbor is absolutely a wash tub out there. The wave action in the water coming up with this southwest feed. It's going to just come right up to an apex like this. All right, and that means it has no place to go but up and in this garage, which is where we'll be moving up as the water comes up.
Welcome back to Storm Center. We are tracking the approach and landfall of Hurricane Milton. It's literally maybe 2 to 3 hours from making landfall here on the west coast of Florida. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodell live in Sarasota, Florida. We've been getting rocked with sustained winds well over 40, 45 miles per hour, gusts well over 60 to 64 miles per hour here out of the east. So it's been howling this way. I have a building kind of behind the camera, somewhat protecting me from the wind. But take a look at what's going on here. The water behind me, where the wind is whipping the rain and huge waves here. You can also see this small boat, which is tied to the dock here. It's being rocked by the wind and the waves coming on through here. We're concerned with the storm surge, of course, and I got to tell you, this area is still trying to clean up from the storm surge they had 2 weeks ago with Hurricane Helene. There's a small park where we counted at least 3 large boats which have been pushed up on shore because of the surge with Hurricane Helene. You can see the wind just continue to drive that rain and pretty choppy water here all the way around and through the water and on towards that other area, a dock across this little small body of water. And we're waiting for that kind of the drier side of the southern side of that eye that could give us perhaps a brief break in the rain. 6 inches and counting so far just today. And we're talking about the last couple of hours. We picked up 2 to 3 inches of rain. So on top of the surge we're worried about, we also have inland freshwater flooding. There's intersections, there's roadways, there's neighborhoods that you can't access because of all the heavy rain. And that's just in areas that are well away from any type of surge threat. We still have that rain threat here as well. And now as we head through landfall and then even the backside of that center, we have the strong damaging winds. We've seen plenty of palm fronds and other things being thrown about. But just like many other areas that had the damage from Helene, there's a lot of debris and piles of debris that can be caught up in these strong tropical storms or hurricane force wind gusts and thrown about as well. So keep a close eye on that. But it's not just here. We're also concerned with that onshore push and that rise of the water, the storm surge a little farther south by about 50 to 60 miles is Fort Myers. And let's check with Felicia Combs out there. You guys have been dealing with earlier the heavy rain. Looks like the rain is kind of easing up there, but I know the winds have not eased up at all.
No, Paul, we have been stuck in these very steady winds, at least of tropical storm force, for hours at this point. Power outages have been climbing across this region, but it has been more of a southerly or even southeasterly direction to the winds. So I kind of want to give you a visual depiction of what that looks like. So from where I am standing right here, this direction is west. So if you look this direction, you're looking out over San Carlos Bay. If you look beyond some of the other islands, you're getting out and Captiva Island, and then eventually out to the Gulf of Mexico. So when you get a westerly push of that wind, which we have not seen yet, that is going to push this water more into the islands, more into exactly where we are. But I want to show you where we are getting some of the storm surge that we're already seeing where I am. And it's coming in from that more southerly direction. So you can see our pier that we've been showing you here. And then if you look back this way, kind of more in a southerly direction, you're going to see that the waves are coming in, and that is all a byproduct of which direction the winds are coming in when you're talking about storm surge. So that's why you're seeing flooding in some of these different directionally facing coasts, portions of Fort Myers Beach. We've also seen some flooding around Naples as well. So we've got hours to go before all of this is said and done. And I would say, especially as we head toward high tide, 4:30, 5 a.m., we're going to realize the peak of some of that storm surge flooding for portions of this region. So we're far from being done with this here across southwest Florida, even after the landfall happens. And then, of course, we'll have those very gusty winds that are going to up those power outage risks as well. So many hazards that we're still going to be dealing with as we head into the overnight hours. So just keep that in mind. The water rise is far from done here. It's going to continue coming up, and it's going to start coming in from a different direction. So if you're somewhere and you're seeing it now and you're like, oh, it seems to be fine, this isn't that much, that is because we haven't gotten that true onshore push of wind for a lot of these areas. I think things are going to get much worse in Fort Myers Beach before they get better, in the Charlotte Harbor here, around Sanibel Island, Boca Grande. All of those places are going to continue to experience this onshore push of wind and water, which is going to result in higher storm surge. So we've got that storm surge warning, that hurricane warning for those winds, and of course that tornado watch until 9 o'clock tonight. We've already seen some of those tornado worries realized as those bands have rotated through. Now, I will say the rain, the freshwater rain, not as big of a concern here with what we're getting right now. It's been so wet over the past few days, but as you can see, it's mostly been the wind, and that's what it's really going to be on the south side of the storm as Milton continues to make landfall.
All right, guys, live here from Charlotte Harbor, just off of it here at the Sunseeker Resort, and you can see the water out here in Charlotte Harbor starting to crash over here into this garage, which is below. It is all cleared out. There are no vehicles down and through here, thank goodness. They just dealt with Helene down and through here, and now they're dealing with a storm that could produce even more storm surge. I mean, this whole garage now is absolutely covered. I mean, look at it. You can see it in through here, and you'll notice what we had before with our vehicle over there. During our little break there, we actually moved it. So I want to show you guys, and it's going to get a little bit wind tunnely in here as we kind of walk through this, because the winds are kind of howling through. They're being venturied or pushed together, so we're walking through this. Brad, watch your step. We got this meter right through here, probably a gate holder. But you can see it's all the way down here now on the first floor. Very windy through here, obviously, as we kind of turn to face the wind. And there's our vehicle. Okay, so we're ready to retreat, obviously head to higher ground here, as now Charlotte Harbor continues to invade the Sunseeker in through here. They've been nice enough to let us use this place to kind of show you. Now, they were underwater with Helene, okay, in the parking garage. We had water, I think Chiago was telling us, almost as high as this red sign. So, you know, if that was 6 feet and the forecast is 8 to 10, you know, you do the math. but they obviously built this place knowing what you could get with a big storm surge in Charlotte Harbor, okay? And so that's new construction for you, and obviously respect to what Mother Nature can do. But right now, Charlotte Harbor is coming in to the parking garage of the Sunseeker. Water is rising. You saw it in Felicia. You see it here in Charlotte Harbor, and this is the case all the way up the beaches here. This thing, again, is now just north of us on latitude. All right, so we're going to just continue to crank up even higher southwest winds. They're going to continue to come on in here. All right, let's go over to Paul Goodlow right now, who could definitely take the eye wall of this thing, Paul, and what's left of it. Over to you, buddy.
Yeah, it's amazing scenes you're seeing there, Jim, with that water coming in quickly. So I'm glad you guys are getting to higher ground here. We decided to come out from the protected wind area and kind of show you, because we're not now protected from the wind, and the wind is still howling in here from the east. As I walked around the corner, I nearly lost my footing. We're now gusting 60+ miles per hour with this. The rain has definitely decreased in intensity, and you can clearly see that on the radar. We're seeing a lot less rain on that kind of southeast and southern side of that center, but there are still strong winds in there. So if you're watching us from the area thinking, okay, I guess the rain is easing up, the threat is over, but it's not, because we still have the wind coming in. That's going to do some damage. And if you're from here, you've lived here, you've been here, you know the amount of debris and piles of debris which could be picked up with this wind and act as shrapnel in the air. Not to mention, we're still watching the surge. The water behind me here in Sarasota has been awfully choppy and continues to come up as that center comes on shore. And again, the storm is moving at least 17 miles per hour, so it continues to be at about that 2 to 3 hours before that center starts coming this way. We're looking forward to that, because then we start counting down the end of this event. We still have more hours to go, and unfortunately these winds will be coming in as the sun continues to set this evening, sometime just before 7:30. So the daylight hours are running out. Don't use this drop in the wind or the rain to come out, because the winds continue to pick up here. The good news with the dropout in the rain is we've seen 6+ inches of rain cause localized flooding. Now, the sand and the sandy soil is the kind of soil that can drain quickly, but it still does flood. And we've seen evidence of that throughout earlier today. So that's the only bright spot in this multi-threat called Milton coming this way. It is still a very strong hurricane about to make landfall, and we're still watching what's coming up from the ocean as well with that storm surge. We still have that storm surge warning in effect. And power, so far as we can see, we haven't noticed any power outages here, but doesn't mean you already have them, and we still have the winds to come. So again, we are probably closing in on halftime, maybe closing in on the 2-minute warning for the half, but we still have a lot more of the storm to get through. But so far, it's the only good news is the rain is decreasing, not stopping, but decreasing so far. So again, the wind continues to kick up here, and will only get stronger as evidence as we head on through landfall of this system. Again, we have coverage across the state of Florida as Milton continues to make its approach, as we head 2 weeks since the approach of Hurricane Helene.
As we continue to track Milton, it is bearing down on Venice, Florida right now. As we look live at conditions here, you can see the rough ocean and the winds bending over and causing these palm trees to sway. The strongest wind gusts reported here so far, 74 miles per hour. So that's a hurricane force wind gust. And as we take a look at another view of that, look at how high that water is getting up towards that pier. There's actually people on that pier right now. I cannot believe it. They are putting their lives in jeopardy by being out there. This is very dangerous. That water is going to get higher. We don't know how stable that pier might be, right? That could certainly give way. We want to get right to our hurricane expert and former director of the National Hurricane Center, Dr. Rick Knabb. And Dr. Knabb, something very important just got issued where people need to be now sheltering like a tornado.
Yeah, with a landfalling major hurricane, The Weather Service often issues what's called an extreme wind warning. This is this purple zone right in here. That is an indication that the life-threatening winds of a major hurricane require you to shelter like you would for a tornado. This is lowest dry level, most interior room. We do have some isolated flood problems in the region, but this includes the Tampa Metro, Clearwater, downtown Tampa, St. Petersburg, down into Bradenton, out to I-75, even east of I-75 and Interstate 4, a large part of the way to Lakeland. This is in effect until 9:30 p.m. because the hurricane is a sheared hurricane, with the northern side being the most convectively active. That northern eye wall is the really, really dangerous part, and that is why you've got to get to your lowest level, most interior room right now and shelter like you would for a tornado, because these winds can damage structures. They can send trees down into structures. If you don't have shutters or plywood on the windows, all the more reason, Paul, for people to be getting away from windows into that interior room. And where you are, you're not in the extreme wind warning. You're in the eastern side of this hurricane. It's not as windy, but it is still windy. The gusts could send objects flying around.
Yeah, that's the big concern is what the damage that Helene did is still evident all across the neighborhoods here. So even winds below that warning criteria can still pick up debris and cause a lot of harm. So we're seeing these sustained winds now keep climbing 20s, 30s, and 40s, and gusts have been well in the 60s here. And that's as that eye wall continues to close in, and we can become very close to even the center. Ideally, we'd have the center because the winds might die down temporarily. But you always have the back end, and that's right around the center is where the strongest winds are and will be with this hurricane. So while the rain has definitely eased up, there's still all the winds we've got to deal with, which are only getting stronger. It's truly amazing. The strongest winds I've typically felt in previous hurricanes have been wrapped into some of the heavier rain bands. But like we always say, every storm is unique, and Milton on the south side, which doesn't have as much heavy rain, still has those strong winds, which have been just beating me over the last 20 minutes that we've changed directions in this building. So before we had the wind protection, now I'm out in the elements of Milton right now, and it is truly amazing what it's doing. And most of these boats, we haven't seen anyone except this boat over here. We actually have seen two people on top of this boat trying to do the last minute preparations. Perhaps they're living on this boat and hearing things rattle. We're going to try to track them down if it's safe to talk to them about how this journey has been. But, you know, you can even see the water and see the boat bobbing up and down the entire deck, and the docks here are bobbing up and down, and we still haven't had the highest surge approach this area. Our winds have been persistent and strong coming out of the east here, but as that center approach, we perhaps have more of a southerly component, and that will definitely start bringing in that surge as well. So we are not done at all in terms of the impacts here. And my other concern is the sun continues to get lower in the sky here. It's slowly getting darker around this area of central Florida. So by 7:30, sun would have set across this area. And now we have concerns with all the heavy rain we had. We still have some neighborhoods in here inland away from the coast dealing with flooding from the 6+ inches of rain that we picked up. Hopefully that subsides, that the heaviest rain has moved on out, but it's the winds which continues to perhaps even cause more damage throughout the night. So, you know, if you're in your safe place, if you've moved to a treeless side of your house, do not change your pattern, because we are still not done with one of the biggest elements of this system, and that is those strongest winds. And while the wind speeds might come down overall, the strongest wind speeds, it's still packing quite a punch as it comes on shore. So for the next several hours, as that eye makes landfall, we're going to start seeing the winds only increase and expand across this area. But we've got coverage for you on the Weather Channel all evening long as we're tracking yet the next hurricane making landfall right here in Florida.
And we continue to track Hurricane Milton here on the Weather Channel. Thanks for sticking with us on Storm Center. I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs at the Fort Myers area where we are experiencing those impacts. It's been hours now since that first rain band moved through southwest Florida, the coastal areas, and brought multiple tornado warnings. We experienced one of those here, and now we've been experiencing this onshore push of wind, resulting in storm surge flooding. So you may look at this shot right here and see these waves rolling in and be like, oh, that's just, that's where that water's supposed to be. No, it's not. There should be actually a beach area right here, but the waves have completely overtaken that. Now, the direction that the camera is pointed in right now is about southerly, and that is where we are getting some of these winds coming in from. We've had more of a southerly direction to the wind, waiting on Milton to make landfall, and that has pushed the water in from more of a southerly direction. Storm surge is all a byproduct of which way the direction, or which direction the wind is coming in, which direction the coast is being impacted by that wind, and then the push of water onshore. So that's what we're seeing there. Now, a couple years ago in Hurricane Ian, where I'm standing right here, I would have been completely underwater from storm surge. This same hotel is where our TWC crew was during Ian. We've seen the images of it with feet of storm surge right where I'm standing. Here's what I'm concerned about. Eventually, the winds are going to switch out of more of that southerly direction like we're seeing right now, and they're going to become more westerly. And once they become more westerly, well, then you've got the whole San Carlos Bay behind me, and then, of course, you've got the Gulf of Mexico beyond that. If you were just to continue going west from where I am, you'd run into Sanibel Island, which, of course, is also Captiva, and then you get out into the Gulf of Mexico. So you're going to see those water rises even more along that north to south shore when you get more of a westerly component to the wind, and that is going to become more prevalent as we head into the next few hours with Milton making landfall. You may see my shot say compared to Paul's shot and think there's not that much wind here, but I will tell you we are kind of in the protection of the structure of our hotel right now. If I were to step out just a little bit farther, it would be much windier. Paul, I know you're getting kind of clobbered by some of those winds, and the crazy part about it is, especially on the south side of this storm, we're not seeing a whole bunch of rain. It's just this persistent wind within these bands that is kind of the calling card right now for Milton for those areas south of the eye.
Okay, thanks, Felicia. Up here in Sarasota, we were dealing with all the wind with Milton here, and we happened to notice people on this boat. So we got on here. I want to talk to the first mate, Ramon Colon. And why are you on this boat? Did you have time to prepare, and or things kind of being blown loose?
No, everything is good right now. We take already the wind from the west. We're just taking it hard from the south now. So we're just trying to survive, keep eye on our lines, and survive the storm over here.
I mean, this is no little rubber dinghy. I mean, this is a big, expensive boat. So how do you prepare this thing to ride out the storm surge and the winds from this hurricane?
We just got the lines ready, and we just got to be here, just in case the surge kick us out. These are floating docks. They can get loose. And we're just ready to fire the mains and fight the storm and tie the anchor on the bay.
So what happened 2 weeks ago when Helene came by with that storm surge?
Oh, it came pretty high, but it wasn't not high to get off the pylons and get the docks loose. So we survived it here, but it came pretty bad. We never seen it that bad, flooding the restaurant, everything on the road. We've been other hurricanes over there, but Helene was a big surge. Never seen nothing like it before.
And this is not your first hurricane.
No, it's not the first one.
Because you're from Puerto Rico, so did you ride out Maria there?
Oh yeah, I did. So I'm ready. I'm used to it. So
right now, Maria is your benchmark. Have you had any storm worse than Maria?
Not really that I can say. That one was like a nuclear bomb in Puerto Rico. But we're here. See what happens. We're taking it, and we're gonna be strong. Hold it up,
And you rode Helene out here, so you're confident that you'll be okay on this boat?
Oh, yeah, I'll be confident. At least I float. I'm on the boat,
What about the rest of the boats out here? Are people just kind of taking their chances?
No, nobody's here. We're the only ones here. But, we keep an eye on other boats, Our biggest concern is not our boat. It's other boat get loose because nobody's there and nobody can be there to maneuver. And that's the worst case scenario, But us being here on the boat, we feel safe and we'll be safe.
I know the island across, there's at least 3 boats that are pushed on the land from Helene.
Yeah, that's true. Those came out from Helene, and I don't know. I hope that storm surge don't come up and pull them out again. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Well, Ramon Colon, thanks for your help and good luck to you, man.
Not a problem. Thank you.
All right.
Be safe.
So again, everyone's trying to hunker down, including people who will have to protect their investments. Again, we have live team coverage throughout the event of the landfall of Milton throughout the night right here on the Weather Channel.
Major Hurricane Milton on final approach into the west central Florida coastline. It's less than 50 miles offshore now as the crow flies, but again, it's all about the angle of attack and how it comes in. But we will see a landfall likely in the next couple of hours or so, 2 to 3 hours. We'll see. But I'm in Charlotte Harbor right now, literally standing in Charlotte Harbor, which has taken over the parking area here at the Sunseeker in Port Charlotte. Places like Punta Gorda, we know Port Charlotte, forecasting 8 to 10 feet of storm surge. We had over 6 with Helene, and if you remember with Ian went to our south, so the winds were offshore, so we didn't get this storm surge. So here's 2 huge storm surge events in this area in just a couple of weeks. I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori, and we continue our coverage of Milton. Again, twice Category 5 hurricane, boggling the mind with some of the things that it did in terms of deepening. But now it's about, have you prepared? Are you ready? We're seeing the power outages mount. We've had wind gusts 60, 70 miles an hour now around Bradenton, and power outages now more than 300,000. That number is only going up. We've got flood warnings, and we also have an extreme wind warning across the area where you're going to see the eye wall come in. There is plenty of stuff to talk about. We asked you to evacuate. We're here to take you through it. All right? And obviously, with the water that's coming in here, we're obviously ready to move to higher ground. This is a 5-story parking garage. We can keep going up as far as we want. Obviously, we never want to get to the 5th story, but you can see coming into here has flooded. This is the same thing that happened in Helene. We had water that was up to about this red marker here, and so that was about 6 feet. So think about this, 8, 10. We're getting up there big time. This could be worse, certainly, in a perfect scenario. So we're just getting into this now. The southwest winds, at least here, have gusted over 60 miles an hour at times. But I'm, again, in a protected area, a little bit of a wind tunnel around this corner, but not the strongest winds. They exist just outside. But I wanted to show you the water coming in because really, here in Port Charlotte, in Punta Gorda, this is a surge story. This is a surge story. This is really a dry part of the storm. The southern part of the storm has really dried out. That's why all the flood warnings are north, and we talked about that, Tampa. You know, even if you don't get a storm center that goes to your north, you're going to be on the wet and active side. We've had an incredible day, guys, of several large tornado touchdowns with destruction. Fort Pierce, Vero Beach, some of these areas, again, in Dade County. Just a horrible situation with the tornadoes. That's taken the lead story so far, even before landfall. All right, let's go down to Felicia Combs. She is in Fort Myers. She's already seen water rise as well. Felicia, how has things changed, let's just say, in the last half hour?
Jim, it's incredible to see what the change in wind direction does in terms of where it's pushing that water. We're starting to see a little bit more of a westerly component to our wind now here in Fort Myers, and that is pushing the water more onshore to where we are. I know we've already seen some flooding in Fort Myers Beach. We've heard of flooding around Naples with those tidal rises as well. But, you know, our location right where we are, 2 years ago in Ian, during the peak of that surge, where I'm standing was covered in about 5 feet of water because of that onshore push of the wind. And I can tell you, as you look out over San Carlos Bay, I can tell the difference in the wind direction already. You probably can't see it from my shot here, but this little gate actually leads down to some concrete stairs, and that's kind of been my measure for how high the water's getting and what direction the water's coming in, and is coming up much higher now. We're starting to see some of those waves actually break over into the pool deck, which we were not seeing earlier, and that is a product of those winds becoming a little bit more westerly, having a more westerly component to that, and butting up against the shore of where we are, Punta Rasa, a little bit more. Of course, Sanibel Island, Captiva, going to be feeling that storm surge surge as well. That forecast for double digit of storm surge possible. And the thing is, it's after landfall. It's not just, we wait for the storm to make landfall and then everything is all over. Storm surge is a product of that wind direction, how strong those winds are. And the winds are going to remain strong. So you're going to continue with that onshore push of wind, which is going to up that storm surge. So I don't want anyone to kind of fall into a sense of complacency and think, oh, once it made landfall, it's okay to like kind of get out and drive around. Lee County, which is the county that Fort Myers is in, Sanibel as well, and Fort Myers police are telling people to shelter in place, that it is too dangerous for people to be out and about on the roadways. And of course, we know that once the winds reach a certain level, we talked to the city of Sanibel, the city manager there, and he told us once the winds reach 45 miles per hour, they keep all their first responders in. So we're definitely at that. If you find yourself in danger, Dr. Nab, no one is coming to save you. And it's the first responders' lives as well that they have to keep safe. So I'm really hoping that everyone continues to hunker down, because Dr. Nab, these winds are going to get gustier, the storm surge is going to come up more, and we're still not out of that risk completely for those tornadoes as those bands continue lifting north and eastward.
Yeah, and Felicia, you made a very good point about how help can't come if you get into trouble on the roads, on a pier, outdoors in any way. And a lot of local communities, the officials, the law enforcement folks have sent out notices on social media and elsewhere that they are no longer responding. They can't. The winds are too strong. It's too dangerous. And so you need to be off the roads, away from water, in a safe structure, because the storm surge is on the rise. The strongest winds of the hurricane are coming ashore. It's still a Category 3, and it's a couple hours away. Around 9 p.m., it looks like now, is when the center circulation will come ashore. And I wanted to highlight this area in purple here, where the Hurricane Center is forecasting the maximum peak surge, somewhere between 9 and 13 feet. We don't have any gauges in there, so we're not going to know tonight, based on observations from gauges, how high the storm surge got. The closest ones we've got are farther to the south. You look at all the way down to Naples Bay and also up the river here in Fort Myers, we're getting to close to 3 to 4 feet. And here's Port Charlotte in Charlotte Harbor. That's the area where Jim Cantore is, way away from the Gulf front. He's up in there, and they're probably getting at least this much, if not more, flooding in that zone. And then you go past Venice and Sarasota, then you get the offshore flow here in the Tampa Bay area, where you're not getting surge because the water's going the other way. But here's the center of circulation, a couple hours offshore from Sarasota. But look at this area in purple. That's the extreme wind warning. And I want to highlight how the wind shear has made this a north-loaded storm. And the north and northwest side are really, really windy and rainy. And even though the front side here that's come into Venice and Sarasota isn't as rainy, this back side, because this is moving northeastward in this direction, this part, when this comes on shore, is going to be really nasty. The back side of this could be even windier and rainier than the front side has been for a place like Sarasota. But look at all the flash flood warnings that are taking shape here in Central Florida, and there's our extreme wind warning. This is shelter like you would for a tornado, lowest dry level, most interior room. If any water is getting into communities, you don't want to go down that far. But shelter like you would for a tornado. That's until 9:30 for all of Metro Tampa down to Bradenton. And if you look at the observations, we are gusting 66 miles an hour at St. Petersburg, 59 in Sarasota. And again, to highlight that this is all moving inland. This is where we've got the high risk of inland flooding. This is going to be a serious inland wind and rain event. But our Paul Goodloe, who's on the coast there in that zone, that is going to get perhaps the greatest storm surge. Paul, I want to let you tell us what you're expecting over the next couple hours, but the radar depiction says you'll go through the center and then that really nasty back northwestern side. So it might get better for a while and then get a lot worse.
Right. And when it gets worse, though, our winds will shift and have more of the southerly component, and that's when we're concerned about the surge really increasing after that center. So we're definitely keeping our heads in the swivel and having our plan to exit here and make sure that we are above ground when that surge starts coming in earnest on that backside, especially with the wind shifting as well. And our high tide continues to come in. High tide roughly around 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. So the tide is doing nothing but coming in as Milton's coming in, and even as Milton exits as well. But we always talk about how every storm is different. This is certainly a strange storm in terms of my experience. I've never been this close to the center with winds this strong without having the tropical type rains coming on through here during the strongest winds. Now, we had a lot of rain earlier, 6+ inches, and we're still seeing quite a bit of rain well north of us, even up towards St. Pete and Tampa. We'll check it with Mike Bettis shortly, but here it's been the winds. We've had winds gusting now officially to 77 miles per hour at the Sarasota International Airport. So now we verified hurricane force wind gusts ever getting even stronger as that center continues. I did like a back of the envelope calculation. We're probably about 15 miles, 14 to 15 miles from that eye wall. And then we get into the eye, probably in about an hour or so. So we'll keep looking forward to that when our winds will start to decrease, but only to increase as the backside of Milton comes through. That's when also the surge comes in with the wind shift, and there is more rain on the backside of the storm coming this way. So we're happy that we have this dry time, because the 6 to 7+ inches of rain has caused flooding across the interior. That's not even including what's going to happen perhaps with this storm surge. And again, this area got slammed with storm surge 2 weeks ago today with Hurricane Helene. And remember, we're south of Tampa, and it made landfall up towards the Panhandle. So every storm is unique, and this is definitely a first for me to see and feel this type of impacts without having that rain along with it. So usually you have those strongest winds wrapped in with that rain. While the rain is light at this moment, we're seeing a lot stronger winds with some of those rains as well coming down around the Tampa area. Let's head up into Tampa, check in with Mike Bettis. Mike, you're under that extreme wind warning. What are you getting up there in Tampa right now?
Yeah, so take a look at the airport, which we're not far from. Winds now gusting 62 miles an hour. That extreme wind warning is going to go on here for hours, and there's a lot of rain. So we're on the north side of the eye, right? And I thought Dr. Knapp did a really great job of showing on the radar how Tampa may not get any better for hours, as we could be stuck in that northern side of the eye here. So what we have right now is what you truly may get for hours on end. So one of the big concerns then ends up being how much rain comes out of this and how much flooding do we see on the streets in and around the Tampa metro. I know that a lot of us are concerned about the surge, and rightfully so, especially on that right front quadrant hit. But watch also for some bayside flooding, because we've had primarily a northeast or east wind with this event up here in Tampa because we're on the north side, right? So what that may mean then is bayside flooding, bayside surge, all right? So maybe the water's not coming in from the Gulf of Mexico into Tampa Bay, but now you're taking the water that's in Tampa Bay and you're pushing it toward places like Gandy and Safety Harbor and Clearwater, the city of Clearwater, the city of St. Petersburg, and not necessarily the beaches, okay? So that's another concern now with a very strong northeast or east component of the wind that hits us here in the Tampa metro. But again, what we have right now, very gusty winds, now gusting to 62 miles an hour, and those winds could gust even higher with that extreme wind warning. And again, what that means is you wouldn't want to be riding this storm out. Say you're in a safe location and you're out of a surge zone area and you're just hunkered down at home. You wouldn't want to be on an upper level of your home or the building that you're in. You wouldn't want to be up on that second story or third story. You want to be down low on that first floor, especially if there's no threat for flooding where you are, so that if there's any really extreme wind that comes along and makes your roof very susceptible, and maybe your roof gets taken off in extreme winds, you're going to be down low and not exposed to that up high, right? So the wind is going to go for all the easy access points in your home. It's going to go for the roof. I think there's a little bit of lightning there, actually. Which is going to go for the roof. It's going to go for the doors, the windows, the garage doors. So those are areas that you'd want to avoid. So treat it like you would a tornado and shelter inside an interior room on the ground level of your building, away from windows and exterior walls. Okay, that's the safest thing you can do right now. The wind is likely to pick up and then sustain that for a lengthy period of time, several hours on end. So be careful, folks. Tonight, we're just now getting into the teeth of this hurricane, and it's going on for the next couple of hours here. Be extra careful and do not be on the roads. Now is not the time at all to travel. You've got to be in your safe spot and stay there for the remainder of the night. All right, that's the latest here in Tampa. I'm going to bring you another update here coming up in just a minute. But let's get down to Charlotte Harbor with Jim Cantore. Jim, right there on the water, what's it doing?
Yeah, well, you can see the harbor's coming in right here. And this is the parking garage here at the Sunseeker. And it's pretty hard to go from one side to the other. So right now, as you can see, here's water coming in from the harbor because of the storm surge here. We've had west-southwest winds over 60 miles an hour. I have seen 80 miles an hour as well, 77. So the northern eye wall is starting to come ashore now. Let's go for a little walk, Brad. Again, we moved out of the way. What about Tampa and St. Petersburg? I'm sorry. One more time of that. That's where it's coming in. Okay, thank you. So, we just talked to Mike Bettis. It looks like that northern eye wall is coming in toward Tampa and St. Petersburg. And we talked about this morning. It's still unclear as to exactly where it's going to go. A wobble this way, a wobble that way. You're putting this thing into the bay. So, certainly huge impacts for Tampa regardless, all right? But the northern eye wall coming ashore in Tampa, which is where we were this morning. But I wanted to show you the surge. So here it is, again, coming in from Charlotte Harbor. This side, as we look down, we are surrounded by water. This is also Charlotte Harbor that's coming out through. A little windier on this side, so you're going to see Brad buffing it around a little bit. Off to the left, okay, is the Peace River. That is not coming in. All right, that's what's dumping in to Charlotte Harbor and being pushed up into almost a triangle here around the building. So we are, cut off. This is why nobody's going in, nobody's going out through here. This is because of the storm surge component. Like Paul, we aren't on a super wet side of the storm because all that shear has pushed the water load up onto the northern side of it. We got a long night to go, especially from Tampa east.
Welcome back to Storm Center. Here's a live look at Captiva Island here in Florida, where they're getting lashed, been getting lashed with the surge, the wind, and the rain from Hurricane Milton as it continues to push on shore. So the good news is most people have left the area with good reason, and that is not something you want to ride out. Welcome back to Storm Center. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow live in Sarasota, Florida. We've been dealing with tropical storms and now hurricane force wind gusts here as we're getting closer and closer to the northern, or the front eye wall of Milton, expected to come through this area as we head over the next really 2 hours so for the front eye wall into the eye, and then the back eye wall as we head another, say, 2 hours from now. So the strongest winds are upon us right now, and we've been noticing lots of flashes. I'm checking my data to see whether there's any lightning in the area because we don't want to be outside. There is zero lightning here. These are all power flashes from transformers and power lines arcing. We've seen huge flashes of green and blue, even red and oranges. Nothing of the white flash of lightning. It's all been power going out. So slowly but surely, the power outages are ticking up as Milton continues to walk its way on shore. The only good news is the forward speed is about 16 miles per hour or faster. So that's good. As soon as it comes in, it can keep on moving out, and we can start seeing the back end of this weather event called Milton. The other concern we have here is the rain is picking up right now, but we have a lot more rain perhaps in the backside coming through. We had a ton of rain. 7+ inches of rain has fallen here, and we were dealing with some some street flooding and some neighborhoods kind of cut off for the flooding. The good news is that type of flooding typically starts to recede fairly quickly if the rain can taper off, and we had about an hour or two of lighter to almost no rain. That was some good news, but we are not done by far. We're still going to deal with these strong winds blast down through the area here as the center and the front eye wall and the back eye wall of Milton, where the strongest winds will be, are still making landfall here. Not to mention, as those winds shift, as the center makes landfall, we're going to start seeing a bigger concern for the surge. So we're not even beginning the surge issue here in Sarasota. While they are definitely getting that surge, you saw that the video there in Captiva, Jim shots down in Port Charlotte, Charlotte Harbor. We were also dealing with that surge in Fort Myers. Let's head down there right now. Felicia Combs, you've been dealing with some rain, but as of late, it's been really the wind which has been kind of lashing you guys, and that surge has been an issue.
That's right, Paul. We've seen some of the surge in places around here. Fort Myers Beach, Captiva, Sanibel Island. We're seeing some of the images of the surge that's coming up in those places. And here's the thing. We've been having a south-southeasterly component to the wind, so that has been pushing the water in from one direction. The winds have been gusty, and they're continuing to be gusty. But what is going to happen, especially now that Milton is starting to make landfall, is we're going to get more of a westerly component to our wind. So I want to show you what we've been watching here. This is kind of our point of reference. So this is San Carlos Bay behind me. If you were to go beyond the bay, you would get out to Captiva and Sanibel Island, where I've heard reports of that storm surge flooding. We've been watching this right here. This is kind of like a little gate that if it was not flooding, you could take the gate and you could go down to a very, very small beach area. And before, the water, was down a bit farther, but now that we're getting a more westerly wind, you're starting to see those waves slosh up. Here's my concern. Now, as we get more of a westerly component and those winds continue blowing, because they're not going to let up even as Milton is making landfall, that is going to push that water on shore. During Ian about 2 years ago, this area exactly where I'm standing was covered in about 5 feet of water. I'm 5'6", so that would be up to about my chin. So I do think that we're going to continue to see those water rises as we head through the overnight hours. Fort Myers Beach, as well as on Sanibel Island, you've got high tide around 4:30, 5 a.m., and we will still be having that onshore wind around that time. So I do think that's when we're going to start to see realize some of the highest storm surges around this region. So the storm surge that we're seeing right now is nothing compared to what we'll be seeing a couple hours from now. So, their authorities around this region are already telling you shelter in place. It is not safe to be out on the roads. And I know when you look out and you see, especially on the south side of the storm, that there's no rain falling, you might be like, wow, it's not nearly as bad as I thought it was. But that is not the case. The winds are still terrible, and that storm surge is going to keep coming up, which means we're going to have storm surge flooding across this area that increases as we head into the overnight. Stick with us on the Weather Channel. We've got you covered through the storm.
And good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Sunseeker Resort here in Port Charlotte, which is now a part of Charlotte Harbor, which is coming in. I mean, look at this. This is the storm surge here. But this is how they built this place. We're in the garage. There's no vehicles down here. All the vehicles are at high ground. Okay, this is a 4-story parking garage. But I wanted you guys to see how the water gets to come in here and then go out. But also, notice, like you would see out in the harbor, there are waves. You can literally watch the motion of it as the wind just continues to push the water in. This has not been a rapid rise, okay? It's been a gradual rise, but enough so that we were down here on dry ground when we started a couple of hours ago, and now it is obviously in some places 1 to 2 feet deep. I'm ankle deep. I can walk right out of the water, but if I do that, you can't see the surge that is behind me and through here. We got about 350,000 customers without power right now, okay? That is only going to go up. This is really a kind of a weird storm, but it's because of the wind shear. It's from the same thing that's helping to knock it down. It's also making it lopsided. In other words, it's pushing all the rain on the northern side of it, and that northern eye wall starting to come into Tampa, St. Petersburg. Where Paul is in Sarasota, they've already had gusts, Sarasota, Bradenton, up to 88 miles per hour. Okay, so the wind's only getting stronger there as they get into the eye wall and eventually even the center, and then they'll flip around from the other side. But major flooding certainly possible all the way from Tampa across the state here as we work our way through the night and watch Milton also work its way across the state. Right now, guys, our friend Chiego, who's been kind of helping us find locations to give you live coverage here, he says that the water is about halfway to where it was with Helene. So we still have potentially a long way to go with the storm surge in through here. All right, this is a storm surge situation for Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda. All right, let's jump up to where the wind is going to be added into the mix. That's where Paul Goodlow is in Sarasota. Hey, Paul. Man, I can hear it.
I can hear it. You can feel it as well, Jim. And we're now getting some rain. It's that tropical raindrops, little small ones. But I've never felt the rain as intense without having the super heavy rain that we typically have where some of the heaviest rain bands are. I know Mike Bettis up in Tampa, he's getting the brunt of everything, the wind and the rain at the same time. But winds now gusting 80, close to 90 miles per hour as that center of Milton continues to get closer and closer. And as I can see, I can still see some of the high rises with power, but we're seeing constant blue and green flashes light up the sky here, the night sky now. That's power lines arcing, transformers perhaps arcing as well. So the power outages are slowly mounting here, but so far where we are, everything is good. If you, Mark Rayleigh behind the camera can kind of pan over to the right, you can see some of the boats here in the harbor. They are rocking. The one lit up, there are people on board. They're going to ride the storm out on board, but look at the boat to the right of that, and that perhaps not as moored as tightly. It is still rocking in the extremely agitated marina here. And we're also concerned as we have the strongest winds with the eye wall coming through, then our winds will shift. And at that point, we could see the winds help bring more of the surge in as well. We're still under that storm surge warning. And we had major surge here with 2 weeks ago with Hurricane Helene. Again, even this area, Sarasota, had major damage. There's a park across this little inlet here. There's at least 3 boats on land. And we're not talking about rowboats. These are large marine structures that are now on dry land. So they're definitely concerned about this. The boat where we saw the people on, they also rowed out Helene in that, and it came close to coming over the floating docks, but they're hoping that if it does, they're here to perhaps drop anchor and protect their investment here. So we're actually looking forward to that eye, so at least we can get a break from these winds here, but also concerned what happens on the backside. There's more of the winds on the back side of the eye wall, and then we're also concerned with that wind shift and that storm surge. Rain, already 7+ inches of rain causing some flood concerns here, but about an hour, 90 minutes, 2 hours of lighter rain to no rain has definitely helped some of that flooding go down. But we're still in the thick of it here as we're still awaiting the landfall of Hurricane Milton here, and most likely we should have the center, we should have the eye of Milton come through here as we head over the next 1 to 2 hours here in Sarasota. Again, we got live team coverage throughout the event of landfall, and also we're not done. This hurricane's going across the state of Florida, and we got a team of coverage to bring you the very latest threat as we head throughout the night and into the morning.
We are tracking Hurricane Milton for you tonight. It is moments away from making landfall here on the west coast of Florida. I'm Mike Bettis, live here in Tampa, where it is rain, it is wind, and relentless on the northern side of the eye of Hurricane Milton. We're going to be in the northern eye wall, and the periphery of this contains very gusty winds and extreme amounts of rain. So now one of the increasing concerns for us around the Tampa metro is going to end up being flooding. That's freshwater flooding from rainfall. We may get some bayside surge, and that could include with an east wind places like Safety Harbor or the city of Clearwater or Gandy or places like St. Petersburg as well. But very concerned all throughout the metro area now of how much rain we're going to end up getting out of this, because the storm in essence is going to pivot the rain right on top of us. So as the storm goes to our south, now you're stuck in these heavy rain bands for hours in Tampa. Winds have not been extreme just yet. We do have an extreme wind warning, but the highest wind gusts roughly around the Tampa area have been between 60 and 70 miles an hour, okay? So probably not going to see extreme amounts of damage or extreme power outages with that, even though the power outages are kicking up here. I'd be really concerned about how much water could be rising in neighborhoods that sit low, in locations where you may have poor drainage. Those are locations where water is going to rise because of the rainfall that we're getting right now. Rainfall rates will be between 1 and 2 inches per hour, and when you do that for hours on end, and we may be in this, folks, this kind of rain for another 4, 5, 6 hours until we get on the backside of the system, and then the rain begins to taper off as it then heads into central Florida and maybe places like Orlando or Kissimmee, then working its way over toward the east coast of Florida. So that would be our concern primarily at this point, although, again, what I'd want you to do in an event like this where we do have a chance for some gusty winds, especially if, you have a 2-story home or maybe even a 3-story home that some of you do, stay down low in that home because the winds could be gusty at times, and we may have not seen the winds peak for us yet in Tampa at this point. Treat this as you would a tornado warning with this extreme wind warning in effect. So stay down low, ground level of your home, away from exterior walls and windows, because that wind's going to try to find, and the rain then too is going to try to find the weak entry points into your home. Windows, doors, garage doors. All those spots are places where the wind could compromise your home and then bring the hurricane into your home, all right? So those are places you want to avoid and stay inside an interior room on the ground level of your home right now. Dr. Nab, I look at that radar and I think to myself, man, we are in it for a long time here. What you see is what you're going to get for hours on end here in Tampa.
You're absolutely right, Mike. That northern and then that northwestern side is going to be really nasty as the center of the hurricane is hung a right to keep it south of Tampa, but that is going to bring strong winds north and south of the center because it is so north and northwest loaded because of the wind shear and the interaction with the front. The power outages are mounting in Pinellas and Hillsborough counties. That problem is only going to expand eastward as that northern windiest side of the hurricane moves all the way across the central Florida region, and we're going to have potentially damaging and life-threatening rain-induced flooding along with some wind damage. So it is going to be a very dangerous night across the central portions of Florida from the Gulf Coast through the inland areas, along the I-4 corridor over to the East Coast. Look at all the flash flood warnings that are mounting, and this is just the beginning of that high-risk night and overnight, and we've got the extreme wind warning. Look at how the center of circulation is headed in the general direction of the Sarasota-Venice area, but look at how north and northwest loaded this is. This backside of the hurricane is going to be nasty, and the winds that we're getting on the north side as the hurricane moves in this direction are going to be a long duration, probably, as Mike said, till maybe till about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning here in the Tampa Bay area. Shelter like you would for a tornado in this extreme wind warning until at least 9:30 p.m. And we have had gusts as high as 89 miles an hour at St. Petersburg, the most recent gust to 78, and it's already gusting to tropical storm force east of this area. You have very spotty observations. I'm sure there are even stronger gusts that we're not measuring. So here's the eye of the hurricane, maybe an hour to an hour and a half from making landfall, but I don't know if Sarasota is going to get in the eye. If it keeps going more east-northeastward, then you'll just make a transition to the even rainier, windier northwest side. The rain is going to become a bigger and bigger problem. Flash flood warning has started in Sarasota. Something's going to have to be extended beyond 7:45 when this part of the storm moves in. And the water problems in the Tampa Bay area will get worse and worse because of the rainfall for the next several hours. You already got a warning until 7:45 in Pasco and Pinellas. And then Tampa, all the way down I-4 to Lakeland is under a warning until 7:45. All of these are going to get extended, and probably the severity of the flash flood situation will only increase. Here's the rest of Interstate 4 under a flash flood warning until at least 9:45. I'm sure the warnings will go beyond that. Ocala is under warning, as is St. Augustine. But let me show you why, because of the winds, because of the rain and the flooding and the power outages, you need to stay off the roads all night long, because here's the center going maybe along or south of Interstate 4. Look at how long that northern side is going to cause heavy rainfall. Could be community-wide flooding. Could we not only have flash flood warnings, but flash flood emergencies all the way past sunrise tomorrow. Sarasota, your winds are going to get a lot stronger on that backside.
And welcome back to Port Charlotte here, guys, as we have seen the storm surge come up considerably here. This is probably at least 4 feet, because you got about 2 feet from the base of the water up to the Sunseeker, then it's coming right in the parking garage. You can see where that open area is also allowing the wind to come in. What we just got on our phones was an alert from Charlotte County, and it is a tropical storm warning alert in terms of the wind. They've got sustained tropical storm winds now as the center looks like it's very, very close to coming ashore somewhere south of Sarasota, maybe Venice. Looks like a spot that it may come in for. Either way, Paul's on the northern side of that with that eye wall. Then Venice is on the northern side of that with that piece of the eye wall and the heavy rain up in the Tampa area. And down here, it's a lot drier. Okay, it's a lot drier on this south side, but that doesn't mean that the winds go away. Just because you don't have the rain does not mean the winds go away. You can see them just funneling through here big time, helping to push this water. White caps, you can even make out some of the waves in through here. And easily, with the kind of winds that we have outside, nobody needs to be on the roads. We're in a parking garage. It's 5 stories high. All the vehicles are up, and we can easily walk right out of this. All right? Down there allows me to give you the best shot. But again, we could easily be right out of this storm surge and out of harm's way and through here. We have not lost power here, unlike some 350,000 customers across the state of Florida. We expect those numbers to continue to go up here. Again, as Milton on final approach here with really a tremendously rain-sogged northern side of this. Flood warnings across the state from Tampa all the way over toward Daytona Beach. This after what has been a day of 19 reported tornadoes. Thank you, Jackie Jarris, for sending that to me. I really appreciate it. So many warnings as well, and we're talking about large, violent, rotating tornadoes that have caused a lot of damage around Vero Beach, around Fort Pierce as well, and you've seen all the pictures on that. That threat, at least for the moment, is over, but we're watching the wind, and we're certainly watching the waves and an eventual landfall as well. All right, I'm sorry, Christine, I was talking loudly enough I couldn't even hear you. Paul Goodlow, let's go up to Sarasota. Paul, looks like you're about ready, if you're not already, to that eye wall. I saw some of the gusts around Bradenton now up toward 89 miles per hour. Give us an update, buddy.
Hey, man, we are definitely getting into that eye wall right now. And I tell you what, Jim, this has been such a unique hurricane and landfall of hurricane. We're seeing the sky light up with power flashes. You can tell because they're green and yellow and blue. It's almost like there's fireworks in the sky. Literally, the entire skyline is lighting up. We still see plenty of lights on some of the high-rise buildings and condos here, so we haven't had complete loss of power, but these winds now are gusting 80-plus miles per hour in time, and that is definitely bringing down the power lines for sure. And the rain has been on again, off again, moderate to light over the last hour. But before that, we had a period of fairly light rain, which was what we just needed because we had so much rain, 6 to 7 plus inches of rain causing street flooding. But the winds, even without that heavy rain, have only cranked up here. You can see some of the boats behind me are just rocking on some of these winds here. And then we're also watching and waiting for the real increase in the water levels here with the surge coming in. So as we start getting into that eye, our winds will go somewhat calm, or calmer, I should say, but then our winds shift. So we're getting a predominant easterly wind. It's going to start taking on much more of a southerly component, and that is going to come along with a lot more water, a lot more storm surge, as the wind will also push in a lot more water across this area. So that's the biggest concern here, because they were rocked by storm surge from Helene 2 weeks ago today. So it's too soon for the millions of people who are dealing with the cleanup from Helene to have another major hurricane threaten not only to come by, but actually make landfall here. And I was just measuring the eye. It's roughly maybe 12 to 14 inches in diameter. So it's definitely going to start coming pretty close to this area. If not, we could be in the eye. And that the only good news there is we get a break from this wind here, which is still doing damage, still seeing power flashes off in the distance here as the winds continue to whip the region. So we still have that wind concern, even though that high wind warning is just to the north of where we are here in Sarasota, and the heaviest rain is also in there as well. We still have that storm surge warning, not to mention we still have that risk of severe weather even on the backside of this storm, and potentially more freshwater flooding, more rainfall flooding coming in with more of that rain wrapping around the backside of that center. So you also have to remember, if you're watching us from Central or even Northeast Florida, you're still dealing with the onslaughts of Milton coming your way. So this is a long duration event coming across the entire width of the state of Florida.
All right, guys, we aren't too far from a landfall here. We've got the northern eye wall on, the eastern eye wall coming in through here. Is it going to be Venice or some other little location there? We'll see. It won't take long, but that could be a final landfall point, potentially even within the hour or so. So we'll take you certainly into the radar in just a little bit, but it's been an incredible day. I'm in Port Charlotte, moved from Tampa down to Port Charlotte. I'm in the surge zone. Venice is up in this heavy rain, north loaded side with the wind and the rain. Paul is going to be in that northern eye wall, and he is dealing with some of the strongest winds where we've had gusts already to 90 miles an hour. And Mike Bettis, 134 tornado warnings today. 134. That already sets a new October record for the state of Florida. Thank you, Heather Zons, for that stat. Boy, we just keep setting records every day, buddy.
This thing is a stat machine, isn't it? And I think about how you described the whole 360 of this storm, right? And where we're stuck here in Tampa, my goodness, it is going to be nothing but heavy rain for hours on end, and a wind-driven rain at that. Winds, I would say this, for the most part, manageable. Around MacDill Air Force Base, Tampa International, winds gusting, roughly between 45 and 55 miles per hour. I think gusts could go higher than that as we get through this storm. But that center going south of us, that eye about to make landfall south of us, keeps us in that whole northern part of the storm. So if you think about how far out the hurricane force winds extend from this hurricane, about 35 miles out from the center. We're about 60 miles from the center of the hurricane, all right? So that puts us on the outskirts of that, right? But I still think we get some very gusty winds that may knock out power, and the rain will be relentless. It's been raining hard like this for about 2 hours. We probably have somewhere between 4 and 6 more hours of heavy rain to go. So if you do the math there, let's just say 2 plus 6 is 8 hours of 1 to 2 inch rainfall rates per hour. No doubt there will be neighborhoods throughout the Tampa Bay metro that ends up seeing freshwater flooding because of this. Flash flood warnings that are in effect. The high wind warning is in effect as well. Hurricane warning. I mean, it's all coming at us full force at this point. So I'm happy that so many people evacuated from this area. We saw just a huge surge of people exiting on Monday in particular. That was a big day that people left. And I think when that thing got up to 180 mile an hour winds, became a Cat 5, that really got people's attention. Not that Helene didn't. I think that Helene really was that thing that caught a lot of people by surprise, right? They didn't think necessarily that it would be a huge event for them. It became a huge record-setting surge maker. What's different about this one is, with the eye coming in to our south, what that means is we're likely going to have more of an east wind here in the Tampa area. Now, we could get some bayside flooding because of that, but not likely to get that big surge of water coming up into Tampa Bay and flooding in through the Tampa metro. So some areas that flooded during Helene may not flood this time, and some places that storm surge-wise, and some places that didn't get storm surge with Helene may get it this go-around. So I'd be worried about you there on those east-facing shores of Old Tampa Bay. You know where you are in Safety Harbor, Clearwater, Gandy, St. Petersburg, those locations. And by the way, winds have been gusting 75-plus miles per hour at Clearwater, St. Petersburg Airport. So it is very gusty this evening. But my goodness, Paul, I've been watching your shot there, my friend. Not a ton of rain here. We are basically on opposite ends of the storm, right? And two different personalities with the hurricane when you're on either side of it.
This is the surge side, Mike. You're dealing with the rain, the heavy rain. Obviously, I can hear it on your microphone. It's unbelievable. And, of course, the wind as well coming in from the east. So our winds are southwest. That is pushing Charlotte Harbor right up here into Port Charlotte and underneath the Sunseeker. This is the second time they have dealt with surge flooding. We had it with Helene. We had over 6 feet. They could get 8, could get 10 by the time we top things off. High tide is going to be overnight. We'll see if the surge or the wind starts to die down a little bit. So that may actually help us a little bit. Guys, we just got a reported wind gust at the Sarasota Bradenton Airport of of 96 miles an hour on their automated weather station. 96 miles an hour. I believe that's the highest one that we've had so far. So this thing's coming ashore, landfall probably somewhere near Venice, which is why they asked you to leave, because of the onshore wind there. This is the storm surge. This is one of the most dangerous parts of the hurricane, and you can certainly see why. The whole facility, this is 20 acres. 20 acres here. There's 800 rooms in this place, and it is surrounded by water right now. We're in a 4-story parking garage, but we can show you how the water comes in and also how they built this to obviously let water come in from Charlotte Harbor and then get it out. Now, it doesn't make cleanup easy, all right, because, you know, having to do this once already and then again is kind of a pain. But you know what? Nobody's lives are at stake. Nobody's automobiles. Everything is upstairs on the higher floors. So good news there. Again, though, tropical storm, sustained winds right now. Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, still seeing water rise here. I've kind of watched it move from about here an hour ago. All right, now you can see where it's splashing. So it's come up probably about another 8-10 inches or so, and we're watching that red marker on the pylons because it was just south of that where we had the Helene flooding. So we're not too far from that. All right, let's go up towards Sarasota. Paul Goodlow, 96-mile-an-hour wind gust there at the airport. How's that feeling on you, buddy?
I got to drop my
Hey, Paul, take it. Okay, we lost them. It's, you know, guys, we're talking about 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts here. So obviously tough to get that. You know, you saw Felicia down to the south. She's got a storm surge story. Not a lot of rain. We had that earlier on. Same thing. Driving from Tampa all the way south here, it was amazing. It was raining so hard. Had to slow down on the interstate to about 30 miles per hour. Then all of a sudden we drove right out of it. Really, just like going through a wall into another world. Incredible. All right, let's go talk to Dr. Nab about the latest on Milton. Doc, take it away.
Yeah, Jim, I think that, you know, the center of circulation is an hour, maybe a little more, maybe up to 2 hours away from landfall, but probably about an hour, as it is, you know, roughly 15 miles from the coastline of the Barrier Islands near Sarasota, and it's moving east-northeast at 15 miles an hour. So doing the math, about an hour is a pretty good estimate of when the center's going to come ashore. But my goodness, is that just the beginning of a very long and dangerous night from coast to coast here across mainly the central part of the Florida Peninsula, but also pretty far north and south because of the lopsided nature of the circulation and the rainfall. Power outages continue to mount here in Hillsborough, Pinellas, and Manatee counties, and that is only going to increase. So it is going to be a damaging night across the peninsula. Power is going to go out, and a lot of these power outages could last for days or weeks, depending upon how, you know, densely populated areas fare. And then it is going to be an extremely dangerous, perhaps damaging and life-threatening rain-induced flood event overnight all the way into tomorrow morning. So there's the center of circulation offshore from Sarasota and Venice, Florida. But look at all of these flash flood warnings, and we still have the extreme wind warning. And because of the southwesterly shear and interaction with a front, this is very north loaded with regard to the rainfall and the wind. And the northern and northwestern side of the eye wall, that is going to be a really, really windy and rainy part of the storm, more than you might think. The backside could be worse for some of you than the front side has been. And here's the extreme wind warning still. Shelter like you would for a tornado here. We've had all kinds of reports of you know, wind gusts exceeding 90 miles an hour, and even seeing some reports of damage starting to occur in the Tampa Bay area. There's the recent gust, 77 at St. Petersburg. There's the 93-mile-an-hour gust at Sarasota. And I'm sure there are places that have gusted even stronger than these observations. So there's the Sarasota-Venice area, and there's the center of circulation about 15 miles offshore, going about 15 miles an hour. And look at Punta Gorda there, a gust to 79 miles an hour. So probably going to come ashore somewhere between Sarasota and Venice. But again, it's so north loaded with the shear and the front to the north. The really heavy rain has produced this massive area under a flash flood warning until at least 10:45. Goes from Bradenton up through the Tampa Bay area, up I-75, down I-4 and you go all the way across I-4, another flash flood warning through Orlando and Daytona Beach till 9:45. Ocala is getting the flash flooding now, as is St. Augustine. And this, again, is going to be a very dangerous night. Please don't drive across water-covered roads. You want to park your car on an elevated, a few floors up if possible, not just from storm surge, but inland flooding. In places like Jacksonville and Orlando, they're giving people the ability to park their cars in some parking garages. If your home is flood prone, you might want to go spend this evening somewhere else. If you're near a river, you flooded in Ian or something like that. And if your life is in danger and floodwaters are coming into your home, you got to call 911. Don't drive. Of course, Paul, we know that help might not be able to come during the storm. This is going to be a very impactful, dangerous night along the I-4 corridor, but it starts with you there in the Sarasota area, and I'm not so sure you're going to get much of a break because the I might pass mostly to your south, and then that really nasty northwestern part comes over you.
Yeah, I'm looking at the radar, and it's getting closer and closer to us. We hope we do get at least part of the calm, and I know we actually tracked the center point of that eye making landfall, but we're still going to start seeing that eye come on shore and even kind of strafing us as we speak. So we're hoping we get past the eye wall and into some of the calm of that center. You heard some of the stats earlier. We've been feeling wind gusts 80 to 90 miles per hour with this system, so easily closing in on Cat 2 hurricane force wind gusts kind of brushing through this area. You also saw the shots with Jim down there south of us. They've been getting more of a southerly component of the winds. Our winds have been dominated from the east here, which have been strong, but they haven't really brought as much of the surge yet. It is still coming as our winds shift, as we get the center to pass us by. Well, then we'll start seeing a little bit more of that southerly component of the winds, which will start bringing in much more of the water and the surge. Again, just like the Port Charlotte area and Fort Myers had the storm surge flooding with Helene, even up towards St. Pete and Tampa and Clearwater. We also had surge flooding with Helene 2 weeks ago, so there's still debris. There's still boats that have been pushed up on land, which haven't been gotten rid of yet, so there's still plenty of debris to come through with these strong gusty winds. We're still seeing lots of the sky being lit up in green and blues and even some reds and yellows from either substations or even transformers arcing, definitely breaking out more power, so those power numbers continue to tick up. But let's head down to Fort Myers right now and talk about some of those surge with the strong winds still coming in, and headed with Felicia Combs. And Felicia, at least your rain isn't as strong as it was earlier today, but those winds are still pretty strong across the area. Has the water gone down at all where you are?
No, Paul, it's actually coming up even more, and that's kind of what we've been expecting. The rain has not been as much of a story here at all. Once we had that very strong rain band move through, in the very beginnings of the storm, moving toward western Florida, the west coast of Florida, the rain has really not been much of a story, but man, those winds have been cranking. In case you're looking at my shot and you're saying, what are you doing? You're so close to the flooding. I want to reassure everyone, and I just want to tell you the whole story. You see a lot of flooding behind me. In fact, that the little kind of wooden pier that you see here is where I was standing earlier, where you're seeing the white fence. That is an enclosure where a beach area typically is. You're actually looking back toward one of the pools here at our resort. So you can see the waves of San Carlos Bay rolling in. That has kind of picked up over the past, say, 2 hours or so, but I don't want to misrepresent either. That is one area. I can walk 10 feet in front of me to where Mark, my camera guy, is, to where my producer is, and we can be out of this flooding very quickly. So I do expect that this is going to continue coming up, and eventually, probably by the time we get to the morning, this whole entire area where I'm standing is going to be underwater. But for right now, we are safe. I can just walk right back out and right back to our up the steps into our safe place. But this is what I want you to see. Look at how vigorously those waves are rushing in, and that's how storm surge comes in on you. That's why we're talking about, you don't want to wait to the last minute to evacuate. Once that storm surge starts coming in, you're kind of stuck in it, because those waves aren't coming in, pleasantly or softly. They're coming in vigorously, they're coming in, and it is rough water that you don't want to be trying to wade through, that you don't want to find yourself caught in. And we're going to continue to see those winds get more of a westerly component. So the storm surge flooding that we're already seeing in Fort Myers Beach, I've seen pictures out of there, Captiva, that is going to get worse. We are so far from being done with this storm surge flooding. Of course, you can see the winds are still gusting, and those winds are going to remain on shore as we head through the overnight hours and into the early morning hours, especially toward high tide. You know, you couple that astronomical high tide with the onshore winds, all of that coming together to create the peak of that storm surge. So we want everyone to kind of stay put and make sure that you're not still coming out and about. I mean, just watching this water come up here, we have been watching that for the past few hours. We've seen it kind of progressively get worse, but now the winds are persistent. They're more of that onshore nature, coming with more of a southwesterly or westerly direction. So guys, I just can't stress enough how, even though we're watching Milton make landfall now, or in the coming, say, hour or so officially, with that entire eye moving onshore, we are far from done. This system still has to move across Florida, and it's still got hours and hours of storm surge for coastal areas, for the coastal river systems as well. So the flooding is only going to get worse. I really hope all of those people who are in those mandatory evacuation zones, especially on those barrier islands, heeded those evacuation warnings, because from some of the reports I've heard, the storm surge has been getting up and first responders are no longer out. It is too dangerous for those first responders to be out and come and save you. So now, until it's safe again for the first responders to help you, those people are pretty much on their own. So hours and hours to go with this storm. And of course, the Weather Channel will have you covered throughout the rest of the storm. And as it continues to make its way across the state of Florida, stick with us here for all of the latest information.
And welcome back to the Weather Channel's live coverage as we track Hurricane Milton for you. I'm Mike Bennett live in Tampa, Florida. We're on the northern side of the eye right now, and it is relentless wind and rain at this hour. Winds gusting as high as 53 at Tampa International, 58 at McGill Air Force Base, and 79 miles an hour at Siesta Key, Clearwater. But we're on the northern side of that eye, and what it's done is it's stuck us in a ton of rain. Rainfall rates now will be exceeding 2 inches per hour in some locations. That's going to likely lead to some flooding, flash flood warnings in effect. Extreme wind warnings are in effect as well. So what that means is you want to treat this whole event here in the Tampa Bay Metro as a tornado, okay? So you think about the structure that you're in right now, hopefully in your safe spot right now. You want to be down to the ground level of your building and away from exterior walls and windows because of the amount of gusty winds that we'll see here. And at times, those gusts may last literally for just a second, like that right there, and then they'll back off a little bit, and then you get another big wind gust that comes in. This will be the nature of it over the next several hours, right? But it's the rain, non-stop rain at this point, and we won't be out of this for hours. So likely what we'll end up seeing is a lot of flash flooding in areas that may not have seen it with Helene, because Helene then stayed well offshore. One of the big issues that we had here around the Tampa area was storm surge, right? And some areas that got storm surge last time will get it again this time, but some areas that got it last time may not this time. I think about places like maybe like Davis Island, south side of Tampa. We may not get the surge that we saw with Helene, but we may get it on the bay side, so that'd be the back side of the beaches. So locations like St. Petersburg and Clearwater and Gandy and Safety Harbor, those are areas where we've got a strong east wind right now, and it's pushing old Tampa Bay right towards you. Not necessarily the Gulf of Mexico coming your way, it's old Tampa Bay coming your way from the opposite direction because of the backside flow. Again, with the counterclockwise flow around the hurricane, it's all east wind for us right now in the Tampa metro. Again, very gusty at this point. We're going to be kind of at the extreme side of the northern eye wall. Now, we're about 60 miles away from where the center is. The hurricane force winds extend out about 35 miles from that center. So as windy as it is right now, imagine what it's like right at the eye wall where you have the strongest wind surges. We're on the periphery of that at this point, but I'd be very concerned about low-lying areas in and around Tampa Bay that could flood because of the extreme rainfall rates that we're getting right now. And this, again, as I mentioned, might be a long-duration rain event where you could accumulate 8, 10, 12 inches of rain, double-digit rainfall totals here in a matter of hours. So hopefully if you sandbag, that's going to be enough to keep the water out of your building. We'll keep our fingers crossed for you here, but right now, Felicia, really getting hammered with the wind and rain here. What about the conditions that you're seeing there? What about the conditions that you're seeing where you are down there? Sorry, sometimes the wind gets you a little bit here. Tell me about Fort Myers and the conditions that you're seeing there.
I hear you, Mike. Man, I can hear you. I can't see you, but I hear you getting beat up by that wind and rain. The wind whipping here. We actually have protection from our hotel in terms of the wind, but what you're seeing here is the storm surge. The storm surge just keeps coming up. I showed you this shot a little earlier, and I will tell you, just as I've been standing here in the last 15 minutes or so, we've moved back just a little bit because that storm surge is coming up pretty quickly now. You can see the shot behind me here. Those waves are just steadily rolling in. Just to give you some perspective on what this is. So if you can look at kind of like the little wood structure here, that would lead you out into a pier. I was standing there earlier to go live, and now, you know, the waves are rolling into there. This would be a little bit of a beach area, so this is certainly not supposed to have this water, and these waves are just rolling in vigorously now, and I think that this is going to kind of be more of the story filling up even farther. In case you're looking at this and you're like, you know, why are you there? Get to your safe spot. Not to worry. We have a bunch of eyes on the water, on our safety, and I can walk 10 feet away and be on dry ground. So I don't want to represent this as if it's all flooded, but we are certainly seeing that storm surge coming up, and that is going to be the story as we head through the night. I mean, really, where we've been seeing the storm surge with the winds coming out of a south-southeasterly direction, we're going to start to see other areas begin to get flooded as those winds shift to more of a south-southwesterly and then westerly direction. You're going to start to see areas that haven't flooded thus far become more flooded. And we're already seeing reports out of Fort Myers Beach, out of Captiva, Sanibel Island, of some of the storm surge flooding going on there. Of course, no way to tell exactly how bad it is, especially with the sun going down. But I can't stress enough that it's going to get worse before it gets better. We're going to be stuck in these very gusty onshore winds for hours now, heading toward high tide. High tide around 4:30 or 5 a.m. for a lot of these areas, Fort Myers Beach, for Sanibel Island as well, and Captiva. And so as we have that onshore push of wind heading toward high tide, we're going to see that storm surge risk going up. And of course, just a couple weeks ago, we had that storm surge from Helene. We're seeing that storm surge coming up there around Port Charlotte and Jim's Shot. So storm surge is going to be one of the big parts of this storm, and what leaves us with a ton to clean up once Milton moves on from the coastal areas. But I will say, if you're trying to kind of gauge when the worst of that storm surge will be, it's going to be into tomorrow morning. It is going to be a while before we can see just how bad that peak storm surge got. Stick with the Weather Channel. We have you covered through the duration of the storm.
Landfall with Hurricane Milton. Twice a Category 5 is imminent. All right, will it be near Venice or somewhere down there? It certainly looks that way, but it's really a storm of two lives. It's got rain and wind on the north side. As a matter of fact, the wind is pushing the water out of Tampa Bay right now. We told you that. It really made all the difference in the world for the surge in Tampa where it was going to make landfall. But that's also where the strongest winds are in that northern eye wall. Bradenton's already gusted to almost 100 miles an hour. Not quite 100 miles an hour. I think it was 96 miles an hour. Down to the south here where Felicia and I are, this is all about the surge. Fort Myers, all right, up through Port Charlotte, on into Punta Gorda. Some of the pictures that I've seen already, there's water everywhere around here. And there's also, because of Helene's 6-foot surge here, debris piles, some of them picked up, some of them not. So some of that obviously is being strewn around in this storm surge because it was sitting right outside someone's home. Again, guys, you can see basically Charlotte Harbor coming into the Sunseeker parking garage and through here. There are no cars down through here. They are all upstairs. They've done a good job in preparing everyone. They've pretty much shut this place down with the exception, obviously, of some personnel on standby because of the situation in through here. You can certainly see the water coming in waves. I mean, this is what you would see if you were looking out towards Charlotte Harbor. All right, you'd see wave action, this frothy kind of washtub look to the storm surge in through here, and we're watching that red marker. If you see the red marker on the piling there, that's kind of what we're thinking. We may see the surge go to, but we're slowly climbing. All right, it continues to come up here slowly but surely, probably somewhere now to where it was with Helene, very, very close to where it was with Helene. Will it go higher? Only time will tell. All right, again, northern eye wall, rain, wind, that's where Mike Bettis is. Mike, give us the latest from Tampa.
All right, Jim, it's interesting to see what's happened now is it looks like we're getting a little bit of a elongation, if you will, a northern punch of the eye wall up here toward Tampa, and it is a punishing wind and rain right now, and it's been like this for about the last, say, 20 minutes or so, and it's really been coming down. Rainfall rates have picked up. The winds have picked up exponentially now here. That little burst that we see on radar. We've had a lot of yellow and orange. A lot of you at home know if you follow on a radar app, a lot of yellow, a lot of orange on radar. Now we're starting to see bursts of red on there, which really means that it's coming down. That's where you're also going to see the biggest punch of wind that comes along with this. So what the concern now will be is a couple of things, right? We're watching for really intense rainfall rates that are going to cause some flooding now, fresh water flooding. We're also going to watch for now, because we've had so much water, the wind. So if you've got any trees that maybe now have really wet ground around them, they may be susceptible to coming over and toppling and potentially maybe even a chance for some power outages. I have seen some power lines arcing, so you are getting maybe tree branches that are breaking off the trees now and hitting power lines. You'll see these big green or blue flashes. Those are usually power lines that have been hit by some piece of debris. Usually it's a tree branch or something like that. The other issue now, because of our wind direction, which is primarily east or maybe even a bit of a northeast component, now you're getting bayside storm surge. All right, so the water's not coming into Tampa Bay, and Jim was mentioning that. Some of the water's going out of Tampa Bay, but it could be pushing back across Old Tampa Bay and causing bayside flooding now. So you think about places like Clearwater, City of Clearwater, City of St. Pete, not the beaches, but the cities, and how much storm surge water is going to come in for them. That would be saltwater flooding in those locations. But one thing I'd be worried about, if you live in an area that's a low-lying area, an area where maybe you've got poor drainage, and this can happen in afternoon thunderstorms where intersections will fill up with water. That may happen 2, 3, 4-fold with this one, right? Because we've got so much water that's coming down for us right now, so much rain that we're seeing right now. So just want you to be aware of what those issues are right now. And so, again, I look around, and the good news is we put ourselves in a position where we don't have any flying projectiles, not in the area that had any debris from Hurricane Helene, thank goodness. And so you wouldn't be worried necessarily this evening for flying debris in this location where we are, thank goodness. We're right by a parking garage so that we can have some shelter if indeed we need that. But with an extreme wind warning, all right, what that tells you is the winds will be really elevated with the gusts that come in here on the northern side of the eye. Shelter as if it were a tornado, okay? Ground level of your building. Down to the bottom level. Don't be on the second or third story of your home. You're down to the bottom level. Inside an interior room, stay away from the windows. Stay away from doors, garage doors. Those things are all very susceptible to wind. Hopefully, maybe you've boarded up or you put your hurricane shutters up. You won't have to worry about your windows being compromised. But we're getting the full front of it here on the northern side of the eye. And landfall of Milton is imminent. Stick around for more live coverage right here on the Weather Channel.
Well, the center of what is a very large Category 3 major hurricane has made landfall in the Sarasota area in Siesta Key. This is just offshore Barrier Island off of Sarasota. This is a Category 3 hurricane, so a major hurricane at landfall with max winds of 120 miles an hour and a very low pressure of 954 millibars. This is really, really low pressure, for this part of Florida. You don't get this, deep of a system coming ashore here very often. And one of the big characteristics of this hurricane at the time of landfall is how sheared and north loaded it is and its interaction with the front. So this is definitely going to be producing the double-digit storm surge near into the south of where the center has come ashore, and that onshore push is going to continue for quite some time as it's moving off to the east-northeast. But the northern side is really going to be a big story of this, and at landfall, it's got the max winds of 120 miles an hour, but one big concern is that north-loaded part of it is going to make one of the most impactful parts of this, the inland flooding that happens overnight. And because it's north-loaded, with the winds also, it's not just going to be the south side of the area compared to landfall. The northern side is going to be extremely windy, and the interaction with a front is probably going to bring some very gusty winds. We could have gusts up to 100 miles an hour along the I-4 corridor overnight. And so these power outages are only going to mount farther and farther inland. And again, not just to the right-hand side, but to the left-hand side as well. On either side of the path of the center, we're going to have power outages that are perhaps going to last a long, long time. So it's this interaction with the front and the wind shear that has produced what is in the beginning stages of making transition to a post-tropical system. It's obviously still a major hurricane right now, but it definitely has the early characteristics of a big frontal system, almost a southern version of a nor'easter, and a very powerful one. And look at all of those flash flood warnings. We still have the extreme wind warning here in the Tampa Bay area until 9:30. Shelter like you would for a tornado in this area. But we also have a considerable threat flash flood warning. So lowest dry level, most interior room, do not get out on the roads. And Mike Bettis, the combination of the heaviest rain and the strongest winds being on the northern side of this system, I bet folks in Tampa Bay didn't necessarily expect one of their biggest hurricanes to be the worst part, be the northern side.
Yeah, isn't it wild? And I love how you explain that, Dr. Knapp, how the interplay with that front is there. It almost makes it like a southern nor'easter, right? And really, I feel like the convection is really blown up on the north side. You're starting to get some really heavy bursts of rain and wind that are coming right in through St. Pete and Tampa. And so this is why it's gotten so bad here in maybe the last, say, 45 minutes or so, because now we're really starting to get that surge into this area, that surge of rain and wind, right? And so could we see wind gusts that may go to 100 miles an hour? That's very possible. But they've been upwards of 80 at St. Pete Clearwater, 58 at MacDill Air Force Base. But there's a possibility now with that really strong part hitting us at this point that we can start to see even higher wind gusts. We know a lot of power outages are happening right now. 650,000 customers have already lost power here in the state of Florida. You think about the high population center that's hitting, that's almost a foregone conclusion that the numbers are going to go up with the wind that we're getting right now. And both sides of the storm have the wind. It's just the northern side that we are in Tampa is also coming with extreme rainfall rates. This is why we have the flash flooding that's ongoing and the extreme wind warning that goes hand in hand with that. The two in combination make for a very rough evening, no doubt about that. And even though I see around this area, we still have power. The lights are still on. That's good news. In some places, they've really fortified the grid. Florida Power and Light has done a good job in some locations of identifying the spots where poles need to be replaced or new lines need to be strung, and even trees that need to be cut away from power lines, identifying all the spots. And over the course of literally decades, they've been working on this to try to keep as many customers with the lights on as they possibly can. But my goodness, is this northern side of the eye really hammering us? And I would say this, we're roughly 60 miles away from where the center made landfall, okay? From Siesta Key up here to basically downtown Tampa, or the airport, I should say, Tampa, is about 60 miles. So as bad as it is here, imagine what it's like in the inner part of the eye wall, right? But what about the eye itself? So we're in some really rough conditions right now. Paul Goodlow has been in some tremendous wind with this in Sarasota. But Paul, It appears that you may have actually gotten into the eye. Tell us about how conditions have changed. What's it like right now?
Oh, Mike, it's warm, it's muggy, but there's no wind. We got the helmet off here. The official landfall, Siesta Key, it's about 5 miles south of us. So, yeah, we can actually enjoy it, breathe here. There is literally no wind. The boats aren't nearly as rocking as much, but the concern is we still have the backside of the storm to get through and more wind to get through as well. So while we are kind of taking a breather here from the beatdown of the winds here, at times gusting 90+ miles per hour, we're going to enjoy this because we know it's not going to be long. We still have the backside to get through. As far as we can see, we are still seeing plenty of lights on the buildings that are close to this marina where we are. But we have seen literally, Mike, dozens of power flashes, the blues, the greens here in the distance. So if you're watching us here, don't think it's over. We still have another half. This is halftime. We got the second half. So I'm hoping you get the break, but you're not going to get a break at all there, Mike.
All right, Paul, appreciate that report. We'll have more coverage for you here on the Weather Channel from the eye and the eye wall. Stay with us for more coverage here of Milton making landfall in Siesta Key, Florida this evening. And you're watching the Weather Channel's live coverage of Hurricane Milton. I'm Mike Bettis live here in Tampa, Florida. An absolute pummeling from Hurricane Milton right now. Stuck in some really heavy winded rain at this moment. Official landfall has been made to Siesta Key, Florida. That's south of Tampa, near the Sarasota area. Believe it or not, voted multiple times the #1 beach in America. And I hate to think about how that beach may be rearranged by this major hurricane that has made landfall. Now, here in Tampa, at the International Airport, winds now gusting 64 miles an hour, winds gusting 60 at McNeil Air Force Base. It is a sideways rain at this point, and the power outages have been increasing. Last check, 650,000 customers without power, but literally minute by minute, those numbers are going up at this point because of the heavy population that this hurricane is hitting, the amount of wind that we're getting, the amount of rain that we're getting is excessive at this point. Very concerned about what may happen with freshwater flooding. Double-digit rainfalls likely, especially right through the Tampa metro area. That will include some really heavy rain that's set up over St. Pete and Tampa. All right, I mean, the rain has been relentless for hours. Rainfall rates now exceeding 2 inches per hour. The rain and wind in combination, though, and I look behind me here, the apartment complex behind me, at least this one here, has lost power. Still got some lights on back in that direction. Might be on a different grid there. And we've got some lights on here at the parking garage that we're at. But this has really been an immense northern side of this storm. It's all been interacting with the front, and so the two in combination. I love our hurricane explanation of this. So the two things interacting, the hurricane and the front together, almost making this like a southeastern nor'easter, if you will. But I want to get down to Felicia Combs. She's in Fort Myers, where we know, Felicia, storm surge could become an issue. It's so interesting to me how this hurricane has a bit of a split personality, right? You split the hurricane in half. Northern side, nothing but rain and wind. Southern half, it's all about the wind, not nearly as much rain.
Yeah, Mike, you know, it really is kind of a tale of two different storms within the same storm. And I will tell you, our story here in Southwest Florida, where I am around Fort Myers, is the storm surge. It's the wind as well. We've been watching power flashes all around us because there are, little islands and more land well off to the north of us. But what I will tell you is, and what I'm keeping an even closer eye on, I just walked down here, I've been waiting for that wind to switch direction. I've been talking about it for the past 6 hours or so since we've been out here, and I said as soon as that wind gets a more westerly component, this area that I'm in, which is the pool deck of our hotel, is going to start to flood, and that is exactly what's happening. We've got more of a westerly component. You can see it here. Those waves are crashing up over this pool kind of deck right now, and I can tell you that there's a good, oh man, probably 6-foot drop off. So we're seeing that water rise, and now there's kind of nothing to stop it once it gets up to that level. Those waves are coming in, and it's starting to roll in pretty regularly. So what we saw in our other location where I told you, not everything is flooded, this is just one spot of our resort, I think that's going to be more of the view that we're starting to see around here before all is said and done, because we've got those onshore winds now. They are going to be cranking, and that is going to push that wind energy up against the waves, and all of that westerly wind energy is going to start to push this water in here. Now, during Hurricane Ian 2 years ago, where I'm standing was up to 5 foot of water. I'm about 5'6", so that's up to about my nose, my chin, and the forecast, of course, as we know for this area, could be double digits. So we will wait and see what happens as we head toward high tide and as we continue with hours of this onshore push of water. But Jim, I will tell you, just in the past hour or so, it is a completely different story in terms of how that storm surge is coming up where we are here in Punta Rasa.
And it's amazing that you say that, because the same thing's happening here. The water is still coming up. We are where we were with Helene right now with the storm surge, and it is still coming up, all right? Even though we've had a landfall, guys, if you're just joining us, 8:30 this evening at Siesta Key. So that is right there near Sarasota. We've had a landfall. Winds have been pushing the water out of Tampa Bay, so that's an area to the south of Tampa Bay. But here's the deal. Don't miss this. You're looking at a parking garage. It's taking on the water. It was built to do that. But what you don't see are these areas around Port Charlotte and around Venice and around Englewood that are probably in the double-digit storm surge area. Maybe not here in Port Charlotte, maybe not Punta Gorda, but certainly up toward the north. The water is still coming up here. And all of this water coming into this storm surge is doing a tremendous amount of destruction. And this is why we asked you to get out of harm's way. Only tomorrow at first light and when the water starts to go out. And we may not be able to get out of here tomorrow. We'll see how high the water is, because we've got an overnight high tide coming in, just how bad it is in through here. And remember, like I told you at the beginning of our shots, we have debris piles here as well, like we were talking to you about when we had in Tampa. So all of that has been added to the storm surge in through here, sloshing around and potentially even causing more damage. So miles and miles along the seacoast, that will be forever changed. Compliments of Milton coming ashore with likely double-digit storm surge. We've had winds to nearly 100 miles an hour near the Bradenton area. That has been the toughest one. Hey, guys, our live coverage continues. Good luck, Cantori Bettis, coming at you after we pay a few bills and go to this break. Stick around.
Hurricane Milton making landfall this evening in Siesta Key, Florida, and dishing out a mighty blow to the west coast of Florida. I'm Mike Bennett in Tampa. We're getting lashed right now by the northern side of this hurricane. Winds in Tampa gusting to 76 miles per hour. In Tampa, then down towards St. Pete and Clearwater, winds there have been gusting to 83 miles per hour. Power has been going out. Hundreds of thousands of customers have lost power, and the numbers just keep going up by the minute. Literally, when you've got this kind of wind and this kind of punishing rain that's hitting us in Tampa. We've been doing this now for hours, and you're getting rainfall rates exceeding 2 inches an hour, which means you're likely going to see some rainfall flooding. Storm surge, not nearly the issue with this hurricane in Tampa Bay as it was with Helene 2 weeks ago when the water came into Tampa Bay. This time with a strong east wind, it's going out of Tampa Bay, and you may encounter some bayside flooding in cities like Gandy or Safety Harbor or Clearwater. But the issue right now is going to be how many people lose power, how much damage we got. I see some lights flickering right now. Some of the buildings behind us have already lost power. See some street lights that might be on emergency power. But be prepared to lose electricity tonight. And if you're operating, hopefully you've got everything charged up and you're good to go in that regard. And think about if you're going to operate a generator, maybe tonight or tomorrow morning, maybe when the worst of the weather goes past us, make sure you're operating that generator only outside. It's a combustible engine. Keep the exhaust pointed away from any windows or doors, and then run the extension cords into your home, because I fear because of such a heavy population center that's being hit by this hurricane, we have massive power outages and a major restoration project on our hands. And hopefully we can start, doing that repair as soon as tomorrow, as the storm's going to slice across Florida and then exit out the East Coast. Okay, but right now in Tampa, excessive rain and wind. We've got an extreme wind warning right now, so you want to treat this in the Tampa metro as a tornado. All right, so shelter in your home that you're in right now, wherever you are right now, down on the lowest level. As long as you're not at risk of flooding, down to that lowest level and away from exterior walls and windows. And just sometimes you get these gusts that just last for seconds, but they really are hammering Tampa right now. As I mentioned, winds gusting at the airport, and we're not that far from the airport where we stand right here, gusting 76